and welcome to the September 12, 2017 meeting of the Milton Conservation Commission. The commissioners appointed by the commissioners are appointed by the Board of Selectmen, and our charter is to implement the rules and regulations of the Wetlands Protection Act and the Milton Town bylaw governing the wetlands. As a matter of formality, we have 2 points to make. One is that it's a public meeting, it's being recorded, so if you wish to, and we invite you to address the commission and ask questions and make comments, but please identify yourself for the record as you do so. Second, as a matter of formality, we introduce ourselves. My name is John Kiernan.
Arthur Doyle.
Hans Van Lingen.
Ingrid Beatty. Kathy Bowman.
And we're ready to start. First on the agenda is an informational presentation by the Milton Shade Tree Advisory Committee. Welcome, and would you identify yourselves, please?
Thank you. My name is Peggy Chow, member of Shade Tree Advisory Committee. Thank you for having us.
Oh, welcome.
I'm Tucker Smith. I'm a member of the committee.
And I'm Fred Taylor, a member.
Welcome all.
Thank you.
This is informational, so you've got the stage.
So what I would like to opening up is the Milton Shade Tree Advisory Committee submit a grant application. And then the purpose of this is we wanted to be able to have the funding for this falls trees and the planting. And the town of Milton and DPW already have funding of $87,000 for this falls planting, but additional $15,000 will help out with the past decade or so the tree attrition. And then at the end of this meeting, I would like to find out what's the decision of the commission. And what I would like to do next is turn over to Fred. So Fred can go over with the 2017, the tree inventory effort. And then if you have any other questions, we'll be happy to answer it.
All right. So the Shade Tree Committee, as you probably know, was commissioned because John Cronin had gotten quite alarmed about what he saw as a loss of trees in Milton. And so our job was to figure out how big a problem there was and then try to come up with solutions. So this summer, this is the second year of our operation, so this summer we did an inventory of all the street trees in Milton. So when I talk about street trees, I'm talking about the trees in the tree belt between the sidewalk and the street. There's 6,000 or more than 6,000 trees in Milton, street trees. So it's a big job, but it was made quite feasible because in fact what we found out this spring was that there was already an inventory that had been done 10 years ago. And this inventory had been done by a professional tree company, the Davy Tree Company. There was a grant from the DCR. They sent out a couple of certified arborists, and they recorded where all the street trees were and all the tree sites were. So in other words, not just where there was a tree and its health and its species, but also where there were vacancies and gaps in the tree canopy. So what was really nice about this, it gives us a baseline, but it also allowed Alan Bishop from the DPW to import all that data into the town's GIS system. He could write us a little app that allowed us just to go along the street with a computer tablet and just, punch some buttons, not a lot of typing, and record what had happened at each of these 6,218 tree sites that they had identified in 2007. And so I should say that in 2007, the Davy Tree Company had identified that there were 11% vacancy rate in the tree canopy. So this year, when we redid this, our number now from doing all the tree sites in town on the residential streets is now the vacancy rate is up to 29%. So almost a third of the trees in town are gone now.
What do you mean, vacancy rate?
Well, in other words, of the 6,218 tree sites in town, about 1,800 don't have a tree anymore. Or they're dead or they're stumps, putting all that together. But there's not a living tree at those sites anymore.
Okay, thank you.
So, we do believe that he was right, John Cronin was right. There's a big problem that's developing in town because this is a 2% attrition rate per year. And if it continues for another 10 years, we're down to 50% of the trees gone. So we're trying to get some action here to try to fix this problem. I do have, well, a couple things. One is just, I think you were given a picture of this, but this is the map of the town. The vacant sites, dead stumps and vacants are in red, and the live trees are in green. You can see that some streets are hit very hard by this, and some streets have done fairly well for themselves, but it's very widespread. And we were able to, using this kind of a map, we were able to pick out, at least on the main thoroughfares, the sites that we thought were the highest priority for this year's planting. But there's a lot of work to do. So in this little cheat sheet I gave you, it does break things down on an annualized basis. So we have now calculated that the town is cutting down 146 trees a year. That's either the town or Eversource or maybe even homeowners eliminating trees. They're only replacing 25 trees a year. So that means there's 120 vacancies every year, newly created. So we've been talking, of course, to Michael Dennehy and Chase Berkeley about this problem and what it's going to take to fix it. Our calculation right now is, what we know is that when the Copeland funds came in 2 years ago, they were able to buy 50 trees through Thomas's for $20,000. So that was $400 a tree. So we're figuring that the town has to be planting. If they just want to keep the attrition, stop the attrition without backing up and improving things, they have to plant 146 trees every year. And that's almost $60,000 at that rate. Now, maybe they'll do better this year than going to Thomas's, we don't know, but that's the number we have right now. If you actually want to catch up, you have to add, let's say over a 10-year period, to make this a little simple. Since there's a deficit of 120 trees each year, so now you have to plant 146 trees plus 120. So now we're talking over $100,000 a year to try to catch up to where we were in 2007. That is actually a summary of our our inventory, the numbers that came out of it. I do have in here, though, I thought it was interesting, I put a little paragraph in here about, that came from the Davy Tree Company as part of their proposal. I thought it was interesting, it not only goes through all the benefits that trees have for shade and aesthetics and things like that, but it talks about trees as a major component of the town's infrastructure, which I thought was very interesting to look at it that way. And the fact that it's probably the one component of the town's infrastructure that can actually increase in value if you take care of it. And you know, I should have brought pictures, but you have some beautiful streets in this town. I'm thinking where somebody 100 years ago planted little pin oaks, and now you have these magnificent old trees there. And we'd like to hope that, you know, the town wakes up at this point and thinks about the legacy that we can leave. So that's my presentation. Yes?
So, and I like the analogy of someone planted a little something 100 years ago. So what caliber of tree are you proposing to plant? If we say X amount of trees, that means how big are the trees?
Well, I think the ideal size is considered 1.5 to 2 inches in diameter. And
some grow faster.
they're not the little tiny little sticks, but they're big enough to survive as long as they're watered and cared for. And I will say, for the $400 through Thomas's, they plant the tree and they buy the tree, they plant the tree, and they care for it for 2 years. We're hoping that if it dies, they're responsible for replacing it too. But that's what we're getting for our money right now.
One of the things that I've noticed is that many of the streets have the same species of tree.
Yes.
And once one becomes blighted, the street is gone.
Yes.
What's the plan for variegation species?
Well,
By the shade tree?
yeah, nowadays, they don't want monoculture any longer in street tree planting. We know right now that actually a quarter of the trees in town are Norway maples. And 50% of the trees, well, he's not allowed to plant them anymore because the state has made it illegal. But 50% of the trees are maples. So our recommendation, and we have recommendations to the DPW in our report, is let's not plant maples for a while. Let's plant elms, new varieties of elms, oaks. We have a whole list now of trees of different sizes for different settings, exclusively native trees. And we're hoping that no more than maybe 10 or 20% of any one species will be planted.
Excellent, and that helps wildlife too.
Yes,
Get much more
yes, that's the
variety.
concept, yeah.
My second question is that you have a budget this year
Yes.
of 87,000?
That, yes, when Carol Stalker wrote
Yes.
the article for the Milton Times, she talked to Chase Berkeley about that. He says he wants to plant 150 trees for 87,000. That turns out to be almost $600 a tree, so I think there's money in there that's going maybe also for the removal of trees, not strictly for planting. We don't know their final number yet.
And the 15,000 would roughly augment that to bring you up to the 102,000 range or so?
Yeah, I mean, we think we need at least 100,000 per year for 10 years to go back to about a 10% vacancy
If you
rate.
could spend that during the remainder of this fiscal year?
Well, they have to contract out with the manpower, because the DPW does not, that's why they went to Thomas's. The DPW does not have the manpower to plant any more than 15 to 20 trees a year. They're too busy with other things. That's what we've been told, anyway, in talking to them.
I was just thinking about the time of the year that it is now, and this is an optimal tree planting season.
Well, I understand you can plant trees until the ground freezes.
Right. So that will give us,
Yeah, till December,
yeah,
probably.
so it's a lot of trees to plant in 3 months.
The RFP is being out according to
Yeah.
Chase.
Yeah, we haven't, I mean, the final work-through of all this, the buying of the trees and finding somebody to plant them, haven't heard the details on that yet. But any amount of money will help. We're trying to become recertified as a tree city, which may allow us to get tens of thousands of dollars from the DCR. We can only get like a few $1,000s currently per year. So we're working on a number of angles.
I think what I'm driving at is that we want to make sure that any money that might come from the Conservation Commission to supplement the $80,000 would be able to be spent in this fiscal year. That's,
Yes, okay.
otherwise, we could move it ahead to another fiscal year if, let's say, you could only get to $75,000 this year.
Yes, okay.
That's what I'm trying
Certainly,
to think
yeah.
out. So if you had something that you could bring to us with a time plan intersected with monetary expenses, that would be, at least to me, very, very helpful to have, to help with decision making.
Yeah. Can I ask, is this a one-time, the 15,000 is a one-time possibility, or is this an annual?
No, it's not annual.
It's not annual, okay.
Sir.
That's too bad.
Yeah.
Because we have limited resources
Yeah,
too.
sure. We're learning.
So according to Mr. Dana here, I understand is they do planning on using the funding for this fall for the planting. And then we can definitely, ask Ms. Dana here and Mr. Berkeley for the plan for.
That would
Sure,
be
we
Get
should
back
give them
to
that
you,
information.
yeah.
Thank you.
Can I ask some logistical questions? The 87,000 is a grant by whom?
Well, maybe Peggy can speak to this.
So I don't really know the detailed breakdown. I understand is DPW has some budget from fiscal 17, and then plus the Copeland Fund was able to, instead of use it for DPW, but then the foundation was agree on to transfer it for the tree planting.
So the total is 87,000.
The total is 87,000.
And and again, I don't mean to sound like I'm too business oriented, but is this a public bid as to the source of the trees and the planting?
So,
I think from the last we heard, there was a source that the state uses.
State,
That
yeah.
they were going to go to. It's like Amherst Nursery or something like that, where they could get trees at a discount. That's what Michael Dennehy and Chase Berkeley were looking into, how to
Tap into.
tap in, yes, to the most economical way of doing that. I don't think we really have the details on.
So there's no contract in place, or there's no request for bids at this juncture?
I believe the tree, our understanding from meeting with both Mr. Dennehy and Mr. Berkeley is they were able to use the state level contract and then purchase the tree. And then as far as the RFP is for the labor, for this fall's tree planting.
I thought the $400 that you mentioned, Fred, was for the tree, the planting, and the maintenance for 2 years.
I'm sorry, I may have confused you. That was for the tree lottery last year. The first bolus of Copeland funds came a year and a half ago, and they did the tree lottery, and they had the 50 trees planted all last fall, so that's a done deal. There were Copeland funds left over from another grant that they're now going to put into trees. So there's still Copeland money, but how they're going to divide that up and whether they're going to go back to Thomas's at all, I don't know.
All right, I think you're probably going to get some support from the Conservation Commission, but it sounds like we should have more details on who's making the decision. Is it a public bid? How much is allotted for trees versus the actual planting versus the maintenance? Whether or not there's a guarantee after 2 years, because we have a performance standard that when we put in as part of a permit, a condition that, you know, the applicant will plant such and such trees, there's a performance standard that they have to survive for we usually say 2 years, actually it's 2 growing seasons, which is different. But we need those details, and I don't think that that would be a problem, because especially if they've done it before. And we're dealing with public money, so I think we do have to dot the i's and cross the t's. And I have another question as to where the trees are going. Now, you've shown a map with a lot of vacancies, dead
Yes.
trees, stumps,
Yes.
missing trees, et cetera. Who decides where they go? If a citizen calls up from, I'll just say Brook Road, says, hey, I need a tree in front of me, who makes the decision, and where are the priorities? Who gets the trees and who doesn't get the trees?
Well, I mean, there's a huge deficit, right? We're not going to get that far this year, but what the STAT committee did was, we went along the major thoroughfares, Brook Road, Edge Hill, and just found sites that we thought would have the most bang for the buck. So we came up with about 50 sites or more that we put the addresses in, or the tree site number in for the DPW, and gave them that list. Then the DPW was going to go back to the people who had put in for the tree lottery last year but did not get a tree. I think less than half the people actually got a tree last year who submitted. So they're looking at those people as enthusiastic about having a tree and being willing to participate in the care of it. So they're calling all those people up and trying to get a list from there. That's
How many trees were you able to get out of the lottery? Well, how many trees were actually planted from the lottery
last year, 50 trees were
50.
planted. And this year, I don't know, he said 150 trees this year, so I think that'll fill up the whole rest of the lottery, the people who are left.
And it was, in addition to, my name is Tucker Smith. In addition to thoroughfares, you know, we were thinking the concept of gateways, entry points into the town of Milton, and also sort of legacy or important public sites. Like right in front of Town Hall, we have some sugar maples that are absolutely declining. So instead of waiting until they die, you know, get a jump on it and plant some new trees. Next door, First Parish Church, there are 3 street trees, and it's a question of deader, and deadest. You know, they're all in poor shape, but key central locations. You know, the Milton Public Library used to have a tremendous copper beech, which is no longer there. And yeah, to the side of the parking lot, there's a grouping of small birches, I think, but nothing per se in front of. Any rate, so that was sort of guided our recommendations.
Well, that aura or pictorial view of the town of Milton was foundational to the establishment of the Conservation Commission in the early 1970s, so what you cite is very consistent with purposes of this body.
Right, thank you.
Apropos of your comment that some of the trees out in front of the town hall are
Declining.
is somebody making a decision, oh, we're going to cut those down? And I'd hate to see some large trees go down and a 1.5-inch caliper tree go
No,
up.
well, that's beyond, we have not had that conversation yet, but, I think, our thought would be get a jump on, not cut them down, because, there's still color and they're still alive, but start the successionary tree, in a fairly, a location nearby that would allow it to thrive, before something is absolutely, cut down and we're dead.
Yeah, not cutting down. Cutting down is not part of the plan right now.
That's good, but we need to know that.
You wanted it in writing, okay.
What's the plan? Where do they go? Who decides?
Okay.
These are perhaps logistical questions, but I think they're important.
It is.
Of the 146 trees that were removed over the last year, why were they removed? Because they're dead, or there's public safety hazard, or somebody didn't want them there, or what's the rationale for removing 146 trees?
Well, my impression is that the DPW gets, a resident tells the DPW this tree's a hazard, or it's dead, or whatever, and somebody from the DPW goes out and looks at the tree, and they actually will not cut down a living tree. They might remove branches if they look like a hazard, but otherwise they'll only remove a tree if it's really dead or so far gone it has no hope. And then I think Eversource also cuts down trees. I don't know what their criteria is. I don't know whether it's simply a wire hazard or the tree has to look really far gone for them. So I can't, cite chapter and verse on why the trees are taken down, but I've seen in my own neighborhood, the DPW shows up, a resident has a big complaint, my sidewalk's buckling, it looks like it's gonna hit my tree, my car, and they won't take it down unless it's, I think, from what I've heard, unless it's seriously on the way out.
To John's point, one of the things that I've noticed is that too many trees are not caught in the early stages of blight, disease, whatever it happens to be. And the intervention doesn't take place until it's too late. That intervention is usually removing the tree. If there's a way in which you could incorporate into your program some public information or on your own, with your people in your committee to identify trees that appear to be becoming diseased so that an evaluation can take place and a mitigation occur, it would be wonderful,
Yeah,
unless you're already doing this.
Well, one of the issues the town has, it doesn't have an arborist on the staff, and we've been talking about how do we get at least a part-time arborist who can go around and really assess trees professionally. That doesn't exist right now. So there are good people at the DPW who can make an assessment, but I think they depend on Hunt a lot of the time for deciding what's going on, and I think it's always just, putting out fires. It's not doing anything preventative at
Proactively.
all, right?
And then the other, to answer John's question is, the other is development. So according to DPW, the new development coming up, and they need a new sewage line, and then connect to the existing one. And then during that operation, damage the roots and tree die, and then storm comes and just fell down. And then so their residents has been submit concerns to DPW for the sidewalk, all the sidewalk mandates, right? And then when they go through putting the sidewalk, and then the resident will come, worry about, concerning about hundreds of years old maple trees and roots has been cut, and then worry about, by the time they notice it, maybe it would be too late. So just to add to your question, that's what we have been making recommendation advice that it is highly recommended. It's not mandated by the Massachusetts Tree Arbors Association because of our population. If it's a population over 100,000 for the city, for the town, that you are required to have a certified arborist. So, but many, between the Arborist Foundation, between the Massachusetts Tree Arbors Association, everybody is basically saying, check with your town council, but then it is highly recommended to have a certified arborist.
Have you mentioned this to Mr. Dennehy in your conversations with him?
Yes.
Thank you.
I even submit a report,
Excellent.
the analysis and the recommendation. Again, we can submit the advice and the recommendation, but the decision has to be between Mr. Dennehy and Mr. Berkeley.
All right.
Two follow-up questions. So with the maintenance part, and you had said in the past, A. Thomas plants them, takes care of them for 2 years. Does that include pests? I mean, we have waves of gypsy moth infestations every X amount of years. With global warming, I hate to say it, but we've got pests that we've never had before that are creeping north that we're gonna have to deal with, and imported beetles and that kind of stuff. Do the maintenance folks take care of that sort of thing? That's question number two. Question number one. Question number two, you had mentioned certification to be a tree city, and that may get you extra funds. What's the criteria for that? In other words, is simply the planting of and the existence of X amount of living trees get you there, or is there a
No.
requirement for them to be a certain size? What's that?
I'm the Tree City.
You're the Tree City
That's under
guru?
my,
Yeah.
my umbrella. That is through the Arbor Day, the National Arbor Day Foundation, and there are 4 very specific criteria. You have to have an annual Arbor Day event. There has to be a proclamation from your mayor, or in our case, the Board of Selectmen. We've done that for 2017. You have to spend $2 per capita in the town. It doesn't have to be, that covers many things, not just the purchase of trees. It's really operational, as well as tree purchases. It can be, you just have to verify.
So does
A
this
budget.
budget get you there for that criteria?
Well, it's everything, the DPW is already, I don't know a number of what they spend for, staffing, manpower, time, in the bucket trucks when they're out there. All of that contributes towards the $2 per capita, as well as, tree purchases. And then there's a third thing. I can't remember. Anyway, it's clearly defined in the National Arbor Day Foundation as to what's required to be a tree city. And Milton was previously, but it lapsed around 2013, I think. And the reason it's important is because many grant-making organizations require a town to be a tree city. So that's what we're trying to do. And I think we're close to doing that. The applications are submitted, or the verification, the proving, your case or what have you is done at the end of December.
Oh, the other one is probably Board of Selectmen. Did you say that?
I did say
Okay.
Board of Selectmen.
Okay.
I have to think. I can get that information to you.
I have I guess a question and then a suggestion. The question, Kathy, perhaps goes to you. We have what I call a virtual tree inventory of trees that they don't exactly exist, but we are owed trees by applicants, people that have been found in violation of some of the wetland protection regulations. And they say, okay, we don't have a place to plant them on our property, but we'll convey them to the town to be used in the town's discretion. Kathy, do you know how many trees we have? Because we're dealing with two things here. We've got some money, we've got limited resources, money-wise, but we have this virtual tree inventory. Is there any way to calculate how many trees we have?
Yeah, I can do that. I know it's more than we think we have, because I know Wallaston Golf Club is willing to give us more trees than originally.
Right. Yeah, they're somebody that, they've taken some trees with our permission, and they agreed to replace them on a 3-to-1 basis.
So,
But they
in
didn't,
kind, yeah.
they didn't have a place to plant them, so we're just kind of holding them. And there are some other people that we've fined for violations, and we're holding those in abeyance until DPW or somebody decides where a tree would be appropriate. So I think we need to calculate that. And I'm a little concerned with just kind of writing a blank check, because we don't know where it's going, who's making the decision, what the criteria are. We're missing a lot of details, but I don't want to slow you down. And it sounds like you've got money to get started. You've got $87,000 allocated, and that'll get you planting in the planting season. Is it possible that we could, I mean, we could consider a sort of a conceptual support for this program, but in order to actually dedicate money to it, I think we need a little bit more detail on where the money's going, how it's going to be expended, who's responsible. My big fear is that somebody's going to buy a tree, plant it, and then wave goodbye.
Right.
And I don't know who's going to water it, maintain it, and as you said, take care of the gypsy moths into the future. And if we had that as a plan, I'd feel more comfortable. But I don't have an issue with supporting the concept
No, that's good.
of making a contribution.
And these virtual trees are under the umbrella of remediation,
Yes.
right? So we've got that element of it to fulfill, I think.
So I don't want you to miss the planting season, because I think it's a great idea.
They're trees. They're
We
Yeah.
we actually mentioned it to both of them, the same thing. Because it's really, it's an operation, and they're the project manager. We make forward the, recommendation.
Who
And-
is the project manager? The DPW?
DPW.
Okay.
Yeah, because our mission, our charter is, we make a recommendation to Board of Selectmen, to support DPW, and then support tree warden. So what we see so far, that's what we've been able to just put forward. And then we have exactly the same thing. Just like a DCR, the Urban and Community Challenge Grant, it's exactly not only planting the tree, not only getting the grant, but you also need to be able to monitor and then produce the evidence. And then so when there's an audit, you should be able to provide all the details. So I think, point well taken. What we will do is go back and meeting with Mr. Berkeley and Mr. Dennehy, and then we would like to see a plan. We also would like to see more detail.
Okay.
Exactly.
Does anybody have a thought or comment on that? And I'm not delaying I'm not intending to delay anything. But I think if we expend public funds, we need to be able to point to a specific plan that shows authority and responsibility and some kind of a mechanism for monitoring the performance.
Well, I think all the information that we've shared with them is as helpful to them as the information that you shared with us is to us. So by putting the two together, buying a little bit of time, and seeing the next phase of the information will be very helpful to our decision-making. But as far as I'm concerned, it certainly is long overdue, as my support.
Thank you.
And I suspect my
Wonderful.
colleagues too.
Yeah,
How
I
how long do
that's
you think
fair.
it will take to get a sense of what our
The inventory we have?
virtual tree inventory?
I could do it tomorrow, I just don't know off the top of my head.
All right.
So it'll be helpful to see how that fits into your plan.
And do you have any knowledge, Kathy, about the DPW plan as to, where they're gonna find the trees, how they're gonna make the decisions?
I think they are gonna go off state contract. I think they've been to Amherst already looking at trees
Okay,
to see what their inventory is.
all right, because
But
I
how
don't
many
think by,
they purchased and that, I don't know those details.
all right. But it sounds like if we deferred to October, like the formal vote, it won't slow you down, and it would allow us to get more information from you, and for you to get more information from DPW and
There's a
Kathy.
spring planting,
What's that?
spring planting.
Spring planting, too, right.
There's always a spring planting.
True.
That's correct.
But it sounds like this, if they're already looking at this Amherst Nursery
Right.
in Amherst, I have no idea where it is, but If that's a state contract, that's great, and they've got $87,000 to start. I think it's a good idea. And it certainly fits within our charter. So I think you've got some pretty good support here.
Okay, great.
Okay, great.
All right,
Thank
is
you.
everybody in agreement with that?
I just have an ask of Kathy. Alan Bishop's excellent plan, be very helpful to have electronically. Could that be sent to us in that meeting?
Sure. The only thing I would change is the colors. I think the reds are confusing to find out where the stumps are and where the
Whatever.
vacancies are.
Just as long as we have the key, we'll be fine.
Well, yeah, we asked those colors to be similar because I was treating them all as vacancies. He had an old map where the dead were black and all that, but I thought that just confused life too much. The DPW will use this information. If we put in there's a stump or a dead tree, they're going to use this new inventory to go out, hopefully, and identify where things are.
All right, good. Before you leave, are there any questions or comments from members of the public? Perfect. All right, thank you very much, and we'll see you in October, and hopefully we'll have a lot more information.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is informational only, and that is 75 Edge Hill Road, the Cunningham Pond. Is there anybody here to address that?
You're the one that requested it to be on the agenda.
Well, I know that okay, I can explain what's happening for members of the public. Last spring, we were asked to assume jurisdiction over what used to be Cunningham Pool. And we were requested to identify it as a resource, which would make it a pond. And the significance of that is that there are different regulations imposed and implemented by the state DPH, Department of Public Health. And pools are governed by one set of regulations, ponds are governed by another set of regulations. And one of the concerns that the Cunningham Foundation had was that they are anticipating a change in the pool regulations in terms of the time allowed to turn over the entire water volume. It requires a tremendous pump system. As members of the citizens of Milton know, the Cunningham Pool is pretty large. And as a consequence, the time that it takes in order to turn that over is too long, and it's out of the pool regulations, but it's inside the pond regulation. Now, our concern was the public health and public safety standards. We wanted to ensure that there was no risk to the water quality, and on that basis, we agreed to change it to a pond. The reason it was declared a pond is because in the inside of the pool, it's open, and there's a spring. It is spring-fed. It's not spring-fed in its entirety. It'll fill up to, I don't know, halfway up, I guess, but the rest of it is water added, and then chlorine is added, and it's tested on a regular basis. And as far as I know, and I've talked to both the public health and to the Cunningham folks, the water quality standards have been appropriate in one sense, and that is in terms of the E. coli or chloroform standards. There's been a clarity issue, and there's been a question as to the clarity of the water. And on 2 occasions this past summer, the pond was closed by the Board of Health, only for, I think, from July 21st to July 22nd, and then once again on the 18th of August. So there has been a lot of discussion and communication between and among the Board of Health people and the Cunningham Foundation people. As I understand it, as of today, there are plans to purchase a new enhanced capacity pump and a new filtration system. And the discussions are going on between the Cunningham Foundation and the Board of Health as to whether or not that pump has sufficient capacity to bring it up to the appropriate standards. So it was put on the agenda tonight. I thought that the Board of Health was there. They're unable to attend tonight. But the public should know there is a public meeting on Monday wherein the Board of Health will meet and the Cunningham Foundation representatives will appear there and address this issue. At some point, we're going to be asked, we haven't been asked yet, but we will be asked via a notice of intent to approve a plan to install a new pump and filtration system. We expect that to come in by October, for the October meeting, and we'll be able to address it specifically at that time. But this is just informational. I didn't think I'd be speaking on it, but this is what's going on. It's an issue as to whether or not the classification as a pond as opposed to a pool that actually does change the state standards is still appropriate in terms of maintaining and ensuring public health. That's why it's on the agenda, but I expect it to be back on the agenda once again in October. And we can't meet as a group there because we haven't announced it, but it might be appropriate if we take a look at what happens at the Board of Health meeting on Monday. All right. Any questions or comments from the public? Seeing none, the next on the agenda is number 3.
Quick question, is that meeting going to be televised?
I don't know.
Okay.
I will find
I
out
don't know.
tomorrow.
Okay, can you
What's
let me
that?
know?
It is televised?
She doesn't
I
know.
don't know, I'll send an email if it is.
Okay, great, thanks. And for the public, you can check the town website to see if it's televised. Number 3 is request for determination of applicability, Brush Hill Road, 3 locations, and this is DCR.
This is DCR. Good evening. I'm Rob Lowell, the acting chief engineer with DCR, here this evening with Beta Incorporated, Mike Wazalewski and Joe Freeman, who will discuss the project, which is to promote safe pedestrian crossings on Brush Hill Road. And Joe will give the details. I'm happy to answer questions as they may arise.
Thanks, Rob. For the record, Joseph Freeman, Beta Group in Norwood. What you have before you is request for determination of applicability for the installation of 3 rapid rectangular flashing beacon systems at 3 locations. First location is opposite Aberdeen Road, second location opposite Baruch Road, and the third location opposite number 88, Brush Hill Road. This blue line is our very conservative line for the first observable break in slope of the river. We're calling that the top of the bank and measuring the 200-foot riverfront area off that. So as it turns out, locations 1 and 3 are pretty much entirely within the riverfront area. Location 2, as it turns out with our final plans, just a very minor amount of work making a break in the existing guardrail and reconfiguring it so we can construct a new path crossing there. Very minor amount of alteration total in the riverfront area. We spelled that out on page 2 of our application here. About 725 square feet, and that's really some additional areas of hot mix asphalt to make the paths to connect to the existing sidewalks, and also for the breaks in the medians. And an additional 585 square feet of temporary alteration, which would be restored after that. I would suggest that this is a minor amount of work. It's really not an alteration of the riverfront area, and we respectfully request a negative determination of applicability.
Can you just give a little background on the public safety issue? Some of the public knows and some perhaps
Probably
not.
Ross.
Mike Wazalewski with the Beta Group. I'm the project manager and the transportation engineer on this project. A number of years ago, there was a fatality at the intersection of Aberdeen Road and Brush Hill Road. So the DCR asked us to look at the corridor as a whole to assess pedestrian access from the neighborhood side over to the Nabahunzet River Trail, which is on the west side of Brush Hill Road. And through our analysis, we discovered that there were limited opportunities for pedestrians to cross from one side of the road to the other. So the intention of this project is to implement 3 crossings, as Joe indicated, to provide that pedestrian connectivity from the neighborhoods over to the trail.
And do the crossing flashing lights, are they assisted by a red light for traffic so that the pedestrian, when the pedestrian crosses, the traffic will stop?
No, they are not. These are, they will be dark, except for when a pedestrian wants to cross, they'll push the button, and then the button will activate the strobe lights, and the pattern is similar to like a police vehicle, when the strobe lights, when those flash, the pattern is similar to those, the brightness is similar to those, but they will be yellow instead of red or blue. And there will be a setup on each side of each roadway. So there's a northbound roadway and a southbound roadway. So there'll be a set of lights and signs on each side of the northbound roadway, and there'll be a set of lights and a set of signs on the southbound roadway. When a pedestrian hits one of the buttons, all of the lights in that crosswalk will activate. And it's
On both sides.
on both sides of the roadway, yes. And this is a warning system. It's not a traffic control system. So the intention is that it will attract the driver's attention. They'll see the pedestrian. They'll come to a stop, and the pedestrian can safely cross once the cars have stopped.
But it's not a mandate for a stop. What's the rationale to make it a yellow flashing and not a red flashing?
It's a warning device. It's just to call attention that the pedestrian wants to cross. The volumes here are not sufficient to install a full traffic signal.
I see. But there's the crosswalk going to be at each one of these
Yes, it will be a marked
intersections. I see.
crosswalk, yes.
Okay.
And one of the other improvements, which constitute some of the impervious areas, is where cars are allowed to park right up to that intersection now. There'll be a small bump out to actually shorten the pedestrian crossing distance, and what should also increase the visibility of that pedestrian when they're about to prepare
I
to
see.
cross. Because that was one of the initial problems with detected from the fatality earlier, was that the pedestrian came up between cars and there was very limited visibility at
No
that
line of
point. So
sight.
this
Okay.
enables the person crossing to be more visible, and then to have an indicator to signal to the cars that they're trying to cross.
I understand.
All right, and then everything is on street side or the street side of the bike path?
Correct.
Yes.
It's probably unfair because the commission members have been to this site many times, primarily we've got bike path there, we've had canoe launches there in that area. So we're familiar with the area, but members of the public might not be. But public safety is pretty important to us, even though it's a little bit outside of our mandate.
Touches your realm, so that's why we're here tonight. Yes.
And we appreciate that. Any questions from commissioners?
I just wanted to know whether or not there was a sound mechanism.
There is
installed
not.
as well. There is not. Is that something that can be considered with these units or not?
Given the residential nature of the area and the parkway or the park along the river, I think that would be intrusive into that environment.
Would you consider taking it back as advisory?
What's that?
Would you consider taking it back as advisory?
We could, yes,
Thank you.
yeah.
Any other? Are there abutters or member of the public that would like to ask a question or make a comment? I don't see any. In your RDA, I think it's a good project for public safety. We call them boilerplate conditions, and what I'd suggest is that we issue a negative determination. I mean, we're talking a significant different distance from the top of the bank, and with only 725 square feet of alteration, I think the benefit clearly outweighs any risk to the environment that we're protecting. And the 585 of temporary alteration will be restored?
Will be restored, right.
All right. The one thing that we'd like to put a condition on a negative determination, and that would be that the trucks and whatever equipment that you use in order to install the control signals would not be parked there overnight and not be refueled within our jurisdiction.
That's understood. This would be actually done with our maintenance contract, so we don't anticipate any construction trailer out there for the purposes of these improvements, or overnight parking, as you determined. Yeah, exactly.
Does that sound
Sure does.
acceptable and appropriate? All right, is there a motion to issue a negative determination with
So
those
moved.
special conditions?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Number 4 on the list is a request for determination of applicability, 48 Bradford Road. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Ulrich Alvarez. I live at 48 Bradford Road. I submitted the determination for applicability.
Okay. And can you tell us what you're doing?
Well, we currently have, I think you have some photos. If not, I brought extra. We currently have a 3-bedroom small home at the end of Bradford Road. The last photo, if you have them, shows just the garage area where we plan to build. So we have 4 children, my wife and myself, and would very much like to stay in the home. We have attached to the house a poured concrete garage structure. It currently has, I think as you can see on the last photo, a screened-in porch above it. And really, if you pop out the screens, what it is 3 pillars and a roof attached to the house, the garage underneath it. And what we would propose is to put an addition on the house, some additional family space where the screened-in porch currently is, and above that, an additional bedroom. As I said, we have 4 kids, so an additional bedroom would help out a great deal.
And what about the deck off the back of the house over a portion of the existing lawn? How is the deck supported?
Currently, there is no deck.
I know.
Okay.
I'm just reading from your description of the work description.
Yes,
So you're contemplating, in the future, we also hope to construct a deck off the back
yes,
of the house over a portion of the existing lawn.
yes.
Is that just alerting us, or is that what you're looking for approval for?
Well, when I haven't done anything beyond this application formally, but what I have done is spoken to the building commissioner, building inspector here in town, and also spoke with a builder. And the builder, I think, was the one who recommended that going forward, I think it's presumptuous at this point, but going forward in applying for a variance, you would want to describe all the work that you want to do so that you would know. And so I figured the same full transparency would be good here. So the back of the home, the site is interesting. You have a plot plan, I think, so you can kind of see the gradations and the different topography around the home. But there's really no flat space anywhere on the plot, save for a little bit toward the street side of it. So the back of the house has a slope that comes toward the house and then is also slanted toward this area in the woods. And so the deck, I think to answer your question, would be supported by cement pillars that I know of. I'm not an expert in construction, but that would be the idea. And ideally, we would like it to come kind of level with the ground because the yard slopes toward the house. We'd like it to meet that. So it would be above the ground, but close to it.
And what's your measurement off of what are you using top of bank?
Yes, yep.
And
So
what's your measurement?
it is, I think, the best photo is the one on the second page. That's my daughter holding that there, and that comes in just over 110 feet from top of bank. So I did my best to get that stick in and secure, and the line, the tape line that I borrowed from the town, as taut as possible, dealing with all the brush that is in between it. And so on that second page there, I think that gives you a pretty decent view of the line taught from top of bank held to basically where we would hope to put, that would be essentially the foundation of the new addition currently serves as the garage. So we're not changing the existing footprint of the house, but rather building up on what is already there.
And do you have construction plans or a sequence? See, typically what we do, I'm not putting form over substance, because
Sure.
it sounds like if you're staying within the footprint, it's not going to
Sure.
be of significance to us if
Yep.
you're, depending upon what the waterway is, if it's intermittent or whether or not it's perennial, would make a difference in terms of jurisdictional distance.
Okay.
But it doesn't look like a difficult decision for us. I mean, it sounds like a good idea.
Sure.
Having said that,
Yep.
we're missing your plans. And we don't have a measurement, and I appreciate your daughter who's got the bluest eyes I've ever seen, unless that's the camera. I don't know.
Sir?
But, typically for our record-keeping purposes,
Okay.
we'd need some kind of a construction plan with a plan that shows the distance between your existing footprint, which you've got highlighted in yellow.
Yep,
Right.
so
That's the area you'd be building up.
with it, I believe I also submitted a map that,
The distance?
yes, yeah,
That's what I'm referring to, because it's colored right where my finger is, that yellow
Okay.
section. So you're building up over that colored yellow section?
that's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So we
And
need
Ellen
a,
Bishop was also kind enough to provide a color map with a little bit more detail. It might give you the idea of the topography. Let me pull that one out. But I think if I'm hearing you correctly, as far as the plan goes, it seemed, well, in speaking with Kathy, as far as whatever I needed for this meeting is what I submitted, I felt it a little bit presumptuous to go ahead with a construction plan when if I didn't pass this hurdle, then it was dead in the water. So,
well, it wouldn't be dead in the water. And again, I'm not trying to put form over substance.
Okay.
But this is an RDA, which is quick and easy. A notice of intent is a little bit more difficult.
Okay.
But I can't imagine I can't imagine us giving you a hard time if you're staying within the same footprint. That's significant to us. That's why I asked you about whether or not the deck is extending further towards the resource area that we're protecting.
okay, so I'm not sure, I don't think the map you have is as detailed as this. It also does not give you, I should hold it this way. It does not give you the distance from the proposed area, which is highlighted here in orange,
Right.
to the property line. I think that was what you were.
No,
No,
we're
I'm
not
sorry.
interested in property lines.
Okay.
We're interested in resource areas. So our
the
measurement goes
water.
from
Okay,
the
I
water.
beg your pardon.
Right.
Okay,
So that's what we'd need now. And again, I'm not trying to make you jump through hoops here. Maybe what we could do is, we have a site walk coming up, we just take a look at it, and we can, it won't slow you down. That's why I asked you about your construction
Sure.
schedule.
Right.
We don't want to slow you down. But
Uh-huh.
I think we should take a look at this, because we don't have record information that would give us the distance. If it's 110 feet and it's an intermittent stream, then you're
yeah,
free to go.
okay.
We
Okay,
don't have jurisdiction.
So what is the next, so you're proposing that someone from the town come and do,
We would do that.
okay,
And we can make render a decision on site.
okay.
It's an open meeting.
And so this is just for the up, it's not for the,
It's not for the deck. That's why I asked you about the deck, because going up is easy for us. Going out is a little bit
it's
more
a
difficult.
different question.
Right.
And that's why we
So-
need plans for that.
See
Sure.
where the deck is relative to the,
Understandable,
resource
yeah.
area.
I think what, I guess, yeah, I didn't anticipate that, but from my own knowledge of it, and that can bear itself out with a walkthrough or whatever you like, the way the stream goes, the distance only increases. So,
good.
it's an interesting, I mean, I think you can see that, yeah, you can see that here on this map that you do have. There is an area there that is roughly parallel to the addition site that we're proposing. And then perhaps at a certain point, it might exactly match the area that we would put a deck. I don't think it would exceed it. If, and I know this isn't to scale, but if are you with me with what I'm talking about here, the little kink in the,
I lost you on that, actually.
okay, I beg your pardon. So, on this map that you have here, so this is the property, this
Right.
little rectangle here is the proposed construction site. So the deck would go out from the main structure of the house, on this map, probably about a centimeter, and that is equidistant to, if not greater, obviously, than the distance from the side of the construction to the stream. Does that make sense?
It does.
Right, so, again, not to scale, I understand that, but just anecdotally, from my own experience, whenever there is water there, which is infrequent, it tends, as I said, to turn away, and I think that's probably more what I'm remembering. But either way, the deck itself is 12 feet, the porch, the concrete garage is 12 feet off of the house, so that's an additional 12 feet. And if in fact that is remotely parallel to that line, then it's only going to be that much greater that the deck would be away from a concerned area.
I actually followed you. You're very articulate.
Well,
I appreciate
I hope so. It's my job, so.
All right, any questions from commissioners? Any abutters, members of the public that have a question or comment? My suggestion, yes, please, come forward, please.
We're butters.
Oh, come on, come forward. There's a microphone here, and we'd ask you to use the microphone.
Do I need to come all the way up?
Yes.
We just have questions about the dates of the project.
Sure. Could you introduce yourself, please?
Oh, okay, I'm Jane McElroy.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. We have questions about the dates of the project, when it would begin and when it would end. Also, this is a dead-end street, so there's limited space, and we just wanted to ask, in terms of the people who would be working on the project, if there would be any impact in terms of our daily access to our property, and if there's any kind of work going on that would affect us in any way, utilities, access to our property, anything along those lines.
Those are all very reasonable questions. Are you able to respond to those?
I mean, certainly I can give you what, as far as beginning and end dates, what my druthers would be. I mean, much of
Can I
it.
interrupt you just for a minute?
Please, yeah. Oh,
We have to
sure.
wait for our
That's
magic
fine.
recorder. Okay. These are high-tech.
You're on.
All right. So as far as what my druthers would be, anticipating a submission of, pardon me, I don't know the vernacular, but submitting a variance to the town and going through that process. I would love for construction to begin in the spring. And for that, it'd be wonderful if that would be wrapped up during the spring months and the summer. That way, if we needed to get out of the house, it wouldn't interrupt the kids' schooling, and we could find a way to make that happen. My folks live across town, so maybe we could crash at their place. But, so that's what I hope, is for those 3 months during the summer to be the meat of it, so that we could get out of there if we needed to. As far as, so beginning and end, right? So hope would be to begin in the spring. The end, we would hope it to be in August, maybe September at the latest. And again, I can't speak with authority because I don't know what the building process would be like. As far as limited space goes, I think one thing that you know and I know is that our driveways are not right across from one another. Yours is a little higher up on the street than mine is. So I think one thing that I would certainly volunteer is that we would move our cars up the street on the side, so that when there is work going on, the workers have not only our driveway, but also that little piece right there at the end nearest to the forest to be able to park their vehicles. again, not being an expert, I don't know what kind of vehicles that they would bring in, but I know from being your neighbor that it is a concern, and impact on your property is a concern. Delivery vehicles and that kind of thing are a concern. I've heard that before. And certainly, I'd be happy to mention that to them. But as I said, we would make every effort to at least take out our vehicles so that they have that additional space to park. As you know, the house hasn't had a lot of work, so we don't have a lot of experience with that, but certainly we would be willing to do that. And then as far as daily access to the property goes, given the fact that your driveway is higher than ours and all the space that we have to give them would be down the street, Bradford Road slopes down, that should hopefully not impact your property at all. And there's also the bottom of the hill near, I think it's 52 Bradford Road, Margaret's property, where they could turn around and come back up. So all of that, I mean, can certainly be addressed with them, and it's good to know these kind of things ahead of time. So that's the best I can answer right now, if that's acceptable. But I'm certainly happy to be sensitive to that and to relay that to whoever is doing the work.
Okay.
Sure.
Yeah, those are very good points, because one of the concerns that we have is that, in fact, you just heard it in the last application by DCR, that the contractors can't park their equipment within our buffer zone.
Right.
And that's the 100-foot area. But
Right.
it looks like the street would be, well,
Would not.
it depends on where, I guess, on the street.
Right.
But you
True.
can't park within our buffer zone.
Right.
Not you, but the
Yeah.
but the contractors,
Yep.
because they have hydraulic equipment, and sometimes they pop the lines and spill hydraulic fluid, and that is a danger. So we do have regulations about that. Do you have any other questions?
No, just wondered about, utilities, and if anything in any way would impact us being across the street. And
Can I just press you a little further? Would you be concerned that your electricity or water or something might be shut off? Is that what you mean? Okay.
I can't imagine why.
And as far as dates of the year, is there anything that concerns you as far as when this construction would take place?
more in the fall and the winter, with snow and all that.
Sure.
So as long as it's spring and summer, you
Yeah,
know what it's
Space
like.
is dramatically limited when the snowbanks
Yeah.
are there. Gotcha, okay.
All right, what I'd suggest is we take a look at a site walk. I cannot make this Saturday, but I can make the following Saturday.
The 23rd?
Yes,
I can't make it that soon.
and the next one is the 30th.
Correct.
Can you make the 30th, Ingrid?
Can I ask, do I need to be present at the sidewalk? Okay.
No, as long as, Kathy, can you bring that, is that a DPW tape that you were using in the pictures?
Yeah.
You can bring that tape, that'll be helpful.
I have a tape that I,
All right. Another
it'll
resource.
probably be helpful for you definitely to be there, just to understand what we're looking at, and what we're looking for.
Okay.
And get a little bit of a lesson on
Scratch that. I
What
can
we're
make
talking
the
about.
Okay.
23rd you can make?
Yes,
I can make the 3rd, I can't make it the following weekend.
Okay,
23rd, Hans?
I'll be back for the
Arthur?
23rd.
I should be okay.
that would be great. I have a school commitment on the 30th, so 23rd would work if that's terrific.
Right, all right, so site walk on the 23rd, and that is at 8 o'clock in the morning? At your house? Yes.
Because we'll probably have a few more sites we're gonna
Right.
have to see, can we wait
Yes.
until a time until we figure out,
Yes,
and I'll email you the correct time.
That's fine.
okay. And do you both know how to get in touch with Kathy? Because if you have any questions, Kathy is the oracle. She knows everything.
Kathy, but when you were in the letter, is that?
Yes, it's
Okay,
the-
all right, so then we do have your phone number, okay. Yes, thank you.
All right, you're welcome. So we'll all meet at some time, and if you don't see it, it's on the town
It will
website.
be on the website, yes.
But if you have any questions, you can call Kathy.
Okay.
All right.
I can give you, and it's
All right.
89849 something, I can give it to you.
Are there any other abutters or members of the public that have a question or a comment? All right, anything else? If not, then we'll see you on the 23rd.
Okay, terrific.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for your time.
All right, next on the agenda is Notice of intent, 1071 Blue Hill Avenue, that's Curry College.
All set.
Sir, good evening.
Good evening. Jim Burke with the Selberg and Associates. I'm here tonight representing Curry College, and Bob O'Connell sends his regrets about not being able to be here tonight. He was unfortunately indisposed. But I think this particular project, with regards to its jurisdiction and to the wetlands regulations, I think maybe we can move ahead tonight and schedule a site walk in the future. But what we're looking at is a sewer line connection and a temporary road for construction for a new field house. Now, the new field house hasn't been designed yet. The location, however, has been approved, somewhat approved. And it's at the back end in the middle of the football field. So here's the existing football field. There's an existing walk that wraps around the baseball field and it comes down through here and provides access to the football. You have the stands on this side and that side. And right now, there's a 60 by 120 building kind of fed into the slope.
Where's Atherton Street?
Atherton's up here. Oh, sorry. Atherton's right down here.
Okay.
So, you know that parking lot, Atherton comes up here, there's a parking lot that provides for the sports facilities that allow fans, et cetera, and parents to park here. There's another parking lot down on the west side, below the baseball field. So access would come in through, construction access would come in through the main gate, wrap around, come down Blue Hill Way, remember where all the tennis courts were?
Yes.
So past the tennis courts. Huh?
They're still
Oh,
there.
I'm sorry, sorry. Yeah, they're still there. But they couldn't fit down, that walkway is like about 6 feet wide, and so they had to think of another way to get in. So we had Scott Morrison come out, flag the wetlands. We located them and came up with that red line represents the 100-foot buffer off that BVW and bank line. So I kind of designed a temporary construction road to stay on the edge of that. And then we also designed a gravity line to service this building. We'll have showers, athletic showers and the like, so the flow is going to be fairly decent out of that building. There'll be, I would imagine, some sort of kitchen, I would think. But like I say, the building itself hasn't been designed, but the sewer goes easterly, and then along Bradley Road. There's an existing sewer manhole at the end, right at the end of a trunk line. There's a MWRA trunk line that runs right through the campus.
Could you just trace that sewer line, proposed sewer line again, please?
So it comes from here,
Yeah.
and gravity, just like that. So it doesn't go through any wetlands. It does go through the 100-foot buffer, and for that, and then the culvert, that big culvert for Bradley Road, it's like right about there. But so we're going to be connecting up to the MWRA line. You think, well, why didn't it come, do a short route and come through here? That trunk line's about 30 feet deep, about 10 feet in diameter. This sewer manhole has a stub, a 10-inch stub it's actually a Milton DPW manhole that ties into the MWRA line. We still have to permit the connection with the MWRA, and we're working on that as well. But we'll have erosion control set up at the limit of work, and extending along the entire construction line, even outside of the jurisdictional area of the Conservation Commission.
All right, let me ask you a question, and I'll ask it based upon a letter that we received.
Okay.
And this is a butter, I believe.
Okay.
I'm writing to express opposition to the sewer line proposed by Curry for their new field house. There is no need to dig a trench specifically into the buffer wetlands and to disturb habitat, trees, etc., when there are alternative pathways for them to create sewer line from lands that are not in wetland areas. And it goes on, Curry has alternatives, albeit potentially less cost-effective, to cutting through the wetlands from elsewhere on college property, and these need to be brought forward by them and evaluated by the public and the Conservation Commission. Now, I acknowledge that there seems to be a mixing in between the buffer and the resource area here, but the point is, are there alternatives?
Sure, there's always alternatives.
But I
You
mean,
know,
to connect to the
the only
MWRA.
alternative is to put a pump in. And, you know, a pump station, a small pump station to service that building, you're probably looking at, you know, I would imagine 8,000, you know, maybe, you know, say 10,000 gallons per day. So to put a pump chamber in that, now you need a 20,000 gallon tank. And, you know, and pumps sufficient to move that water to wherever location that you deem appropriate. Now.
Is that a cost issue or an efficiency
Well,
issue?
it's all sorts of issues. I mean, anytime you can go gravity, you go gravity. You know, no moving parts. You know, pump stations are offline because of a number of reasons, you know. Now you may be looking at, you know, having a diesel generator to make sure that, you know, that pump station doesn't, you know, fail during a power outage. Pump goes offline, and now you have, you know, sewage backup. And then that's why the tank's so big, so you have at least a daily flow to flow into it. So in my experience, and we did it over actually at, I was brought in afterwards, there was that sewer connection for the new dorm. Student center, yeah. And
we had to,
yeah.
we approved a cut through actually went through the wetland.
It actually went through, and we're not proposing that here, you know. That we actually, I mean, are going a roundabout way, we're adding distance to the pipeline to kind of keep away from the wetlands as long as we can. So, from my perspective, you know, given the gradient and the depth of the sewer line and the location of it, this is probably the best alternative.
So you're going up, is that the area where the culvert is? Is that where you connect?
Yeah,
Sewer
the
line?
culvert's a little bit further to the east, so towards Blue Hill Ave. So, you know, Bradley Road's up on that, you know, it's got that high bank. I don't know if you're.
Up by the fire station?
No, at the belly, you know.
Okay, all right.
So you're at the belly of Bradley and where the culvert is. And, you know, so you go further towards Brush Hill Road, maybe, I'd say 100 feet is where that sewer manhole is. And that's where we're connected. And that sewer manhole is probably about 10 feet below the grade of Bradley Road, and about maybe 8 feet above the grade of the wetlands, the rim, I should say. And then you have the MWRA trunk line, which is 30 feet below the wetlands. So this manhole allows us to tap in at a reasonable cut at about 8 feet, and as opposed to, you know, putting a chimney down to a 30-foot chimney. And MWRA is going to let you connect a service to their trunk line anyway. So
What if you went out to Bradley Road? It's taking a right angle.
that is the Bradley Road. So, I mean, well, we couldn't, Bradley Road doesn't have sewer up there. It's actually down where I am. So, is that what you're asking?
I'm trying to figure out, why do you have to take this right-hand turn here?
Because there is no record of this, so from what I'm seeing, there is no sewer in this elevation. The sewer's up above that, so gravity-wise, I mean, you know, you wouldn't be able to tie into that sewer up on this location. So we'd have
But
to
could you,
catch up to it.
right, but could you go into the street and catch up to it here? As opposed to cutting through the wetlands? Because I'm assuming if you're under the street, you're not
Well,
going
I
to go
mean,
through the, at least you're not going to
yeah,
go
you
through the
could go up
buffer.
to the street, but, you know, then the cut itself, then you're
This is
adding,
where they want
you
to
know,
cut into.
12 feet of cut, in a sense that your trench now is
So he wants to.
you know, that's that much more significantly deeper and significantly much more work. And for, given, you know, we can get this, I've walked the path, we can, you know, put this 6-inch line, avoid the trees. There won't have to be any tree clearing. You can snake it in between them. And you guys will be able to see that if you want to schedule a sidewalk, which I imagine you would.
Yes. Good imagination. Any questions from commissioners? They're thinking.
Is that the only place where you could intersect with the MWRA or easement?
Well, given the manhole provides us
Otherwise, you have
the
to.
depth, yeah, then
create
you're
another
doing
manhole.
it. I've made connections to the MWR trunk lines before, and it's always been through a manhole. They've never let you touch the trunk.
Okay, that answers my question.
Yeah.
That eliminates some of the alternatives.
Did
Thank
you, in the sewer connection, not the one we approved through the wetlands, but isn't there a new dorm in back of the student center? Isn't there a?
Yeah, that's the one.
There
That's the
is,
sewer
yeah.
line that we,
That's a,
that's the one we sleeved. Remember,
Yes.
Craig wanted to directional drill it,
yes.
and we came up with an open trench alternative.
But is there a pump involved in that?
I thought there was.
I thought there
I
was
thought
too.
there was.
Again,
No, I don't mean for the student center, but there was a dorm going up in back
Yeah.
of it.
Yeah.
there is a, yeah, and then there's a pump that picks it up to that gravity line, yes. But again, yeah. Is that my design or Gail's? I can't remember.
I don't know.
Yeah, and
I thought it was yours. I thought Gail was on the higher up the hill dorms. Those are no longer new, but they
Yeah.
were.
Yeah, I didn't do, because that pump for that dorm was fairly substantial. I redesigned a gravity line for him, but I didn't do the pump. But there's definitely pumps on campus, no question. But
Yeah, I
like
just
say,
didn't know if you could tie into another pump system.
Typically not. Typically, a pump, when you design a pump, it's strictly for the flow that you design it for.
Okay. All right, but you can see what we're looking for.
Sure.
Alternative
Yeah, I
analysis.
mean, you know, there are dorms sitting like right here. But it's also 60 feet above the elevation of this building. And then honestly, once you see the canopy over here, you know, going up this hill, I think it'd be more trouble than it's worth. I think once you get out of the site, you'll understand. I think going gravity, it eliminates a lot of issues with regards to not just, you know, eliminates the pump, but it also, the construction's easy. You're gonna be in and out of there. You can do, you know, 400 feet in a day, and that's 800 feet long, so you're in and out of there in 2 days. You go up over that hill, with the pump, you'll be there a week, so.
All right. And no trees lost on this plan?
No.
Fair enough. Questions? Other abutters, members of the public? Yes, sir. Come forward and identify yourself, sir.
My name is Patrick Greeley. I live on 149 Bradley Road. Been there for, my family's been about 60 years.
At least.
What he's talking about, I actually walked down there today.
Yeah.
And from where the swamp is to where this pipe is, and also where Bradley Road is up on sort of a pedestal, and the side of it comes straight down. This is almost right at the base of it, okay? There's not a lot of room in that area to bring in any kind of digging machines or anything like that. That place floods all the time. It's underwater. That whole area at one time, when I was a young kid, was a swamp, a meadow. And there's a stream, a Ballister stream runs down into that swamp and then underneath Bradley Road and continues on. Now, when I looked at it today, at the base of that Bradley Road, which is very deteriorated anyway, is where this sewer line cap is, okay? So they're gonna have to, to shore up the hole you're gonna be digging, you're gonna have to put in sheathing or something to go down into that hole. Now, the hole's gonna be a pretty good-sized hole, because you're gonna have to come in from where the wetlands are to come into that sewer, top of that sewer pipe. I'd say it's about 20 yards, 25 yards.
From the edge of the,
Where the
where
wetlands,
field
yeah,
is?
where the field stops and the wetland stops right here.
Yeah.
You have to come in about 25 yards, I'd say.
Okay, all right,
Okay.
sure.
And now the
yeah.
base of the hill runs right there, so now you're just talking about shoring up the road.
No, you won't have to shut up the road.
I'm telling you, yeah, you are gonna have to shut the road. That road's caved in
Yeah,
15,
the-
20 times,
Yeah, we're gonna
on
be.
both sides.
You'll
Because
be
there's
in and out of
wetlands on
there.
both sides of the road.
You'll be in and out of there in a day. You won't have to share it up.
Well,
You'll share up the trench. 'cause
Right,
that's-
so-
But the road itself, I mean, you
no,
do.
not the road, but you're gonna have to shore up what's coming down, because that hill, OSHA would never let you go into a hole that close to that hill.
No, you'll have shoring for the trench, but like I say, the whole point is to make sure that the trench itself, once you stabilize the trench, then the slope above that will be stabilized as well. So,
Okay? I don't think I buy that at all, because I'm telling you how close that trench is, how close that is going to be from where you guys are going to be digging. Plus, trying to get a machine in there, you're also gonna have to smooth that all out, put gravel down, obviously, or something to bring that machine into that
yeah,
area.
you use a rubber tied backhoe with a flexible foot, and you don't need anything large to do this. You're looking at a 6-foot deep trench coming into that soil manhole. So you end up using a small rubber tie, 310 case, and that thing, it'll go at its own pace. It's not gonna, break any records of trenching, but you only have to go, like I say, 75 feet. So, it's
Now,
easy.
you can't tell me that there's gonna be no trees moved.
Based
the
on
whole
where I
place
want
is
it,
trees.
and we'll take a look at it. I mean, I guess we'll have to say define tree. I mean,
Shrubs,
where
trees,
they ask
whatever it
us-
is.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, there's
There's some
certainly.
trees, there's obviously some trees there, and there's some
a lot of- There's a lot
foliage.
of
and-
shrub
Yeah,
down
yeah.
there, so.
And that area is
Yeah.
full of habitat. It's always been that way, it's never been touched. That's
Right.
one thing Curry never could do, was step into those areas. Even though they do abuse a little bit by blowing grass into it and things like that, that some of the maintenance guys have done over the years, that actually we have talked to Kathy about. But it's not like that's more of a hindrance to them, and trying to get around it and come in that area, we just don't see it being the right thing to do. That area has always been that same way. The Bradley Road area itself, as it comes down off that hill, has caved in many times. Now, the town's trying to put in some kind of a drainage system there to help it out a little bit, but just because of the way the road comes down, the way it comes in, all the water comes down off of Blue Hill Avenue and Athena Street above, I mean, it could float a car.
I absolutely agree with it.
You
The
could float a
drainage
car on it.
control off of Bradley's awful. You look at the pipe that shoots out the other end of on the other side of the street. It's about 12 feet.
The Dana Barrows lives on the other side?
Yes,
just
Barrows is
shoots
farther
up.
up. Now, that whole area was
Shoots out the other
cornfields when I was a kid. And that's all been underwater
I remember.
every year. Yeah, Mr. Green. And it was underwater all the time, and it still goes underwater. Now, we've had it, that place backs up to where it goes almost up to the football field underwater.
But what we're proposing, isn't gonna change the grades. We're just burying a bone.
No, that's true. I'm just thinking
So-
about whether or not you could completely stay out of that area. If you use the pump, where would the connection be made? Don't you still have to go to the same connection?
That's it,
Or you're going the other way now?
Yeah, I think so.
Now, a question for you, while you're just looking at that. Mr. Clark had brought up that he thought you guys were going out and then straight out to the middle of the field and dig straight down.
Yeah, like I said, that MWRA truck, they won't let you tie in. When I was working for the town, we tied it to,
That's really deep, isn't it?
that's 30 feet.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. It's a good flow too.
So now you're putting in a T and everything to hook up. So now you'd have to have some kind of access in case that T leaks.
What do you mean a T?
Well, how are you gonna get into the trunk? Isn't there something you're
No,
gonna have to put
the
into the
manhole,
trunk?
we're just gonna core the manhole.
So you
And-
just
yeah,
bore into it?
Just core into it and.
So that would have to obviously be checked afterwards if this goes through, that in case it leaks or anything like that.
Well,
Not saying that you're doing a bad job or anything.
Yeah, no, like I said, I mean, we're required to make the connection watertight, but at the same time, it's not a pressurized line. So it's, you're more apt to get leaks on a pressurized line in a pump system than you are on this particular side of the line. So you have, the pressure fitted gravity line, the SDR 35, the green pipe, I'm sure you've seen it.
Yep.
And, you know, it pushes together and, you know, it's bedded in stone and it's certainly better than, you know, the clay and the asbestos pipe that's probably, you know, running down Bradley Road right now.
There's nothing running down Bradley Road.
So,
What's the system tie-in for the student center and the new dorm? Where does that tie in?
I'd have to, I can get you that information, off the top of my head, I'm not sure. Because everything runs towards, I want to say, you know, that intersection of Blue, J Way, and, you know, the new road that they did, and then it shuts out to Brush Hill Road? I think that's where the whole trunk line goes out to, out in that direction.
backside of
I'm
Bethany
not
Street.
sure. Because it's low in that area.
You went to a manhole when we permitted through the wetlands for the student center and/or the dorm?
Yeah, and that
And
was.
that's a tie-in?
That was an internal gravity system that eventually ties into the MWRA line.
So where does the student, the dormitory pump to? Where does that one tie in?
I'd have to do some research and let you know.
When you were saying that you could use a pump there, but it would be, you know, the
Yeah, there's
generator
nothing,
and whatnot.
as far as, I mean,
Where would you go?
if it was me, I'd go up to the top of the hill, because you have, you know,
On the Brush Hill Road side?
yes.
Okay.
Because there is sewer right here, but it's also 60 feet above the football field.
Got it. All right. I mean, I think there'll be some questions from not just commissioners, but abutters about, you know, the
Like I said,
alternatives
you know,
analysis.
if our intent is to go in there minimally and create a 6-inch source surface that will flow gravity and provide long-term service to a building. So that's basically it. And if it turns out, you know, based on your inspections, that you think it's going to be a little bit more, you know, obtrusive, then we'll talk about it then.
Okay. I think we do need a site walk, so we can do the same day, the 23rd of October?
Sure.
Saturday morning, you'd be around, Pat?
Sure, absolutely. I'm sure if some of the other neighbors, some were here and had to leave, and some were caught in town, so I'm sure some.
Right, and I read from the letter, I think it's,
Peter Masada.
yes.
Yes.
Peter Masada,
Yeah, he
that's it.
couldn't make it,
Okay.
so he wanted to make sure.
So will you alert him that we'll be
Absolutely.
meeting there on the?
23rd of October?
Correct. And the time will be, it's, you know, somewhere between 8 and 9 o'clock or that
September.
vicinity.
September, John.
September.
September, yeah.
23, yeah.
Oh, September 23rd, I thought you said
Yeah.
October, okay. September.
If I did, I apologize. Getting ahead of myself. All right, any other questions or comments from the members of the public or abutters?
No, they all left.
Anything else, Jim?
No, I'm good.
Or any questions here? All right, then we'll see you on the 23rd of September.
Yes.
Should we meet at the football field? Can we drive in and get out?
Yeah, I'd say, yeah, climbing down Bradley Road is probably not the way to go. Yeah, so I'd say come into the campus and swing down to the sports fields, and there's tons of parking down there.
All right, great, thank you very much. All right, hey, the next on the agenda, number 6, notice of intent, 3 Carisbrook Road. Which one is this?
Oh, yeah. So. I'm gonna take the opportunity as well. This is what he's delineating. So,
Wait, just go back to one.
this is the two. And this is where the 20-foot buffer is. So it looks to me like the 100-foot buffer on this is actually what we started with 20-foot.
Wait a minute, is this the one that was taken out before?
Yes.
Okay. Where are the elevations? Where did it go? Did we, I'm sorry for the delay.
Oh,
I'm
it's all right.
just trying to get some history.
No, no
here.
worries.
When was the
I can
original?
speak to some of that history.
Oh, you can, okay.
I can, yes.
Because there was plans that was going to put into the 20-foot.
Yeah, but that's '08. I'm going back to,
Oh, you're going way back.
going way back, right.
I have that for I thought.
Yeah, because what I'm looking for is the elevation. Do you know the elevation of the original?
It's on the plan. 168,
168, okay, yeah, that sounds right.
but it's very, the circumstances by which it came to be delineated there are very vague.
I was there, that's all. I've been a long time.
Was it what was the site originally? Padlock stables?
Paddocks, the paddocks, yeah.
I don't know which one you're looking at.
It's the 168 that I was looking for.
I think that's on the plan.
I thought it was longer ago than that, since 2004.
This is 2000.
2000?
2000.
Yeah, that sounds more like it. It's
There's
this,
another,
these are building plans, I'm going way back.
is this the plan you want? Insulation?
Yeah. No, I don't want to mix these plans.
Yeah, that's what I do.
Sorry for the delay,
Oh,
but
that's all right, it's okay.
it'll make more sense. That's it,
You got it?
yeah. Okay, that's what I needed.
Okay.
Did you take the other one back?
No, I didn't see it.
Okay.
Don't mix them up.
Okay. All right, thanks, sorry for the delay. Go
No,
ahead.
it's all right.
Introduce yourself, thanks.
Hi, I'm Travis D'Amato, and my wife Melissa. We were here for an informational meeting about a month ago. Talked to you guys about process-wise, how we do some things to our property, 3 Carisbrook Road. We've since engaged Mark, who introduced himself, as well as Farland Property and Surveys, so to talk about some things that we'd like to do. There's a couple different things on that plan, so we filed a notice of intent, and I think maybe Mark, you want to kick it off?
Sure, I'll take it from there. My name is Mark Manganello, I'm with LEC Environmental Consultants. We filed a notice of intent for improvements at this property. This property, as some of you sound like you're familiar with it, consists of a little less than a half acre of land. There's a single-family dwelling there, paved driveway that extends from Carisbrook Road. The dwelling surrounded by manicured lawn. There are landscaped areas to the front and to the rear and to the side. There's a deck extending, an elevated deck off the back of the house with stairs down to a 2-tiered deck system that's kind of at grade. The property to the west is DCR land associated with the Blue Hills Reservation. There's an extensive bordering vegetated wetland system on that property which we delineated. It's associated with the Blue Hills River. The interior of the wetland up in this area is dominated by Phragmites. There's a transitional meadow area between the property line and the Phragmites, which is dominated by reed canary grass, along with a variety of other herbaceous species. It generally lacks any significant shrub or tree cover. Phragmites as you know, along with reed canary grass, and there's also some purple loosestrife out there, are all invasive non-native species. The BVW encroaches slightly onto the northwest corner of the property here, so this is the BVW we delineated here. The property is sort of L-shaped, extending out here, so the BVW encroaches onto that northwest corner of the property slightly. The project itself consists of a few different components. We have a proposed 14 by 12 shed with a crushed stone base over here, a proposed paver or stone walkway connecting the driveway to the deck here with a retaining wall to smooth out the grades there, and then a proposed hot tub up here in an area where there's currently an existing deck, some pavers to be removed, and a couple of landscape plantings. All that works within previously developed areas. It's all outside the 25-foot buffer zone. No vegetation would be removed for any of those aspects of the project. The project also involves clearing some portions of the meadow up here in this portion of the property, the northwest corner, to expand the manicured lawn on the property. As mitigation for that, we've proposed some mitigation plantings as well as some invasive species control. So we've proposed 31 shrub plantings in that area in clusters of 3 and along the property line.
And just one thing I'll add too on that piece is during the informational meeting, we had asked about that piece and originally thought that, nothing could be done there. And you said that if mitigation was done and if wetland improvements were done, then we may be able to make some of that usable. And so I think that's where this idea came from. And obviously working with an expert to help us determine what would be an improvement as far as that mitigation.
Right, so we selected species that have a high wildlife habitat value in an area that generally lacks any shrub growth. So they're, fruit-bearing shrubs that would provide some improvements to wildlife habitat both in the wetland and within the buffer zone there. So that's an overview of it. The three features, the hot tub, the walkway, and the shed are all outside the 25-foot buffer zone in previously developed areas. And if you guys have any questions, we'd be happy to answer them.
Yeah, I'm not sure how you delineate it. The history of it was that I've been here for 26 years.
Yep.
And I was there during the delineation. And the problem was the paddock stable for 50 years or so
Yep.
dumped their manure in that meadow area.
Mhm.
We had about 12 feet of manure, so that there were no hydric soils. And we were back and forth for a long time, for the whole development, not just this house.
Right.
And the 168 we made an arrangement, a deal or whatever. And the 168 elevation was the wetland delineation. And it was after multiple hearings. So the entire development was contingent upon adoption of that elevation line. Now, I don't know if it's changed through the years. I don't think so, but it doesn't look like you followed the 168 line.
No, I certainly didn't. I can speak to exactly the methodology we followed out there, knowing that, wetland boundary delineations by way of permits are good for 3 years, and if circumstances change in the field, then they're open to being redelineated in the field. And that's essentially what I did, is I took a really hard look at the soil characteristics out there and really tried to determine where the extent of hydric soils are out there today, along with vegetation. We certainly take that into consideration, but really I'm looking for evidence in the soil profile in the upper 24 inches that indicates it's a hydric soil as defined by the New England Hydric Soils Technical Committee. We actually attached to the notice of intent a DEP field data form, up gradient and down gradient of flag number 6 right here, which is the one that's closest to the retaining wall in the hot tub location.
I think history is that we removed this hot tub once before because it was within our 25 feet.
Right.
I disagree with you on the 3-year limitation on a line. You can last that for permitting purposes, but once it's permitted, it runs with the land. And that was the contingency upon which we improved the entire project. There's a fundamental disagreement, and we had one other homeowner remove the hot tub because it was within the 25 feet.
Yeah, I recall that. I'm aware that that was actually proposed at a location that's different from where it's proposed now. That was down on the lower corner of the deck here, so the current homeowners have actually tried to move it further away from the wetland up here. And again, it's in an area where there's actually zero natural vegetation and zero disturbance to the wetland that would be resulting from putting it there.
What if you used the 168 line designated, which was, the approval is right here?
Yep.
What if you use that? What's the distance in your location?
The
Proposed location.
The datum on our plan is different, so I'd have to make a conversion there, but I think I can approximate that based on an older plan. I had a second ago. Oh. So the older 25-foot buffer cut across here, somewhat like that. So it just looks like a small portion, corner of it here would be within the 25-foot buffer to that older delineation.
Okay. It would be inconsistent for us to take it away from one homeowner because they violated the original permitted condition and then give it back to another homeowner, in my view. But I'd like to see a plan that shows exactly, I know you said a piece of it is within the 25 feet. I don't think you can put it within a 25-foot buffer zone. And I'm looking for uniformity of precedent.
Yeah.
I think, and the other homeowner, they just put it there. They didn't ask our permission.
Yeah,
it
and
violated
Dummer, that's
the-
what when we came to the informational meeting, we'd known that had happened, and
Yeah.
we went and got the survey and made sure it was outside that, and I guess we didn't have the
The
old,
168.
the old plan. That's the first time I've heard it. I'm sorry, I'm not.
I
I'm learning.
thought I remembered the 168 from the old days.
I guess, so we engaged.
Oh, I know you did. No,
I
I'm not disagreeing with you.
Okay.
Any other?
Could I just ask a question about that 168, because I want to make sure that I understand fully your position on this. Is there an older permit or some document that says that the 168 contour
Yes.
is to be the wetland boundary in perpetuity for that land?
It doesn't say in perpetuity, but your 3-year validity of a wetlands delineation is for permitting purposes. Once we permit something, it doesn't change after 3 years.
I'm not sure I agree with that,
It
but,
runs with the land. I know, that's why I said I
Yeah.
think we have a fundamental disagreement on it.
okay.
And other people have argued that that's no longer true. 15 Cunningham Lane is a perfect example of that. That's one where we made a deal and we let a homeowner divide some land.
Mm-hmm.
Said, we'll give you that land, you can build there, but you understand that this is unbuildable. And they said, yes, we do. So we'd agreed. It's all in the order of conditions. Then they sold the property and the new property owner came in and said, no, we want to build on that parcel.
Mm-hmm.
So, and we said, no, you can't, because the original deal still holds. It's precedent. And that was the understanding, that was the condition that does not, doesn't become void in 3 years. That's my position, but I don't mean to speak for the other commissioners, but I think we'd all need to see a measurement from the 168 line. Because that's all documented here. It started in 1999. And it was reviewed in 2000, 2003, 2004. The next one is this one is July 2004. It's 168. The request for a determination of applicability is 1999. And that's where the 168 came from. The reason is there was so many violations there.
Yeah,
that
I remember.
Nobody could figure out where the wetlands were.
Yeah.
So there was a lot of negotiation that went on, and that's where the 168 came from.
Yeah, I remember reviewing the file and understanding that there was some type of, it looked like a wetland restoration effort made within that area. But in my experience at least, if it doesn't function as a wetland long-term, then, what are we protecting if we're protecting a line that's actually not a wetland boundary?
I understand your position. Any questions from Commissioner?
Sidewalk?
So I guess the biggest question I have is on the previous issues were there enforcement actions?
Yes.
And so were those enforcements completed or?
Yes.
Or were they left unresolved?
They were completed. The hot tub was removed. We permitted the land, and then
No,
after the homeowner bought it, they came in and they built a deck and a hot tub, but they built it in the 25-foot non-disturbance zone.
Understood.
Without permits.
What's that?
Without permits and without any permission and without
Correct.
any meetings.
You are correct.
And so I guess my question is more related to the restoration activities that you mentioned that were maybe attempted and not completed. Was that part of the?
I think I understand. There were two efforts, I believe, and your knowledge of the history might be greater than mine. But I think when the subdivision was created, there was an effort at restoration at that time within that designated 168 contour. Right, that was
Yeah,
one
they had to
effort.
remove a lot of the manure. I mean, this manure,
Material.
it was 50-year deposition. I mean, it took place over a long period of time.
Right, so there was an initial restoration effort then, and then when the enforcement order occurred for the hot tub and the deck, there was restoration at that time as well. There were some mitigation plantings that were required by the commission, which were installed, and I believe that process was fully closed out in the commission's
I believe that's
eyes.
correct.
Yeah.
Because they had to put in when they took the hot tubs out, hot tub singular, I think the order of conditions said that you have to plant a line. Kathy, do you remember?
Yeah, they had to do plants, or I don't know if it was stone, but to delineate the 25-foot line,
Right.
to say this is where the 25.
And I think they did
And they did,
plant
so-
that,
and I
but I
think
don't know if
some
it's
of
still
those
there.
plants were
Yeah,
there.
so that mulch bed I can speak to, it has a bunch of boxwoods, and that is on the plan. So if that is the reference point to the 25-foot zone from that 168-foot elevation point, then both the proposed hot tub and the proposed walkway are still outside of that 25-foot zone. If that is the reference point, that mulch bed.
I
So-
don't think it would have been a mulch bed.
I don't recall what it
I
is.
don't either. For some reason, I thought it was high blueberry bushes.
You know,
That sounds
I
right.
seem to remember blueberry bushes too, and
Yeah.
I seem to also remember going back and a whole lot of them were dead.
From the
So they may
deer,
not,
the
they
deer.
may
I don't think we have
not,
any blueberry bushes.
Yeah,
no,
we
no,
they
no.
may not be
Blueberry
there.
bushes, we have.
There's some arrowwoods out there.
Yes,
big-
arrowwoods, and then some boxwoods,
I think it was-
and then some hydrangeas. but-
There's some shad bush, I believe. We looked at a dogwood as
Yeah.
well. out
So
there.
you said you have the prior restoration
Yep,
plans?
yes.
Yeah, because it was done by Farland, who, right? Or
Nope.
that was a survey, or
Yeah, the survey,
survey.
the previous, I don't remember if there was a survey
Oh, okay.
involved previously, but my firm did the restoration plan previously, not myself individually.
That's how we ended up in front of Mark. There's always like a company that you saw you do that, we're like, okay, if we're gonna do this, we should talk to them. And that's how we ended up, and then we met with you, and our understanding was you didn't have anything against a hot tub, but as long as outside the 25-foot zone, which we thought we were.
Yeah.
That's why I'm confused a little bit, but.
Right.
If I could make a suggestion, I'd compare the prior restoration plans and what was used to establish that 25-foot zone, see if there's any remnants of that, and just do a comparison. I think that's something we can look at in site walk.
We can look at it, but it's the elevation that defined everything. I mean, if the person
That's what I mean. So
planted it
if the
30 feet or 15 feet or something, wouldn't matter to me. It's the 168 that is
Yeah, so if
it's
you,
the
if
foundational.
you use the planting to define that zone
Yeah.
as a sort of a permanent marker, if we can find any remnants or evidence of that, that should be able to be used as to reestablish where that is supposed to be and give an indication of a better indication of the history and what was executed.
Oh, I think you can find the 168 just by survey from these plans. I mean, these are approved plans.
Okay.
And I understand what you're saying, but I don't think it would change. I mean, you could find this spot using the engineering plan.
Yes.
And that's what I'm interested in. And when you said, and I know that you're just kind of eyeballing it, but it looks like a piece of that is clipping the 25 feet. I don't think you can do that. I mean, my view is you're stuck with the 168, where it was originally defined back when the entire permit was, I mean, the entire development was permitted.
No, I understand, that's where you're coming from. I'm trying to think of,
Can't you, I mean, I know you can't move the house, but isn't there some other place that it doesn't look like there's much of it in there?
well, there's stairway down here from the deck, so it's as tight to that set of stairs as it really can be, I believe.
Yeah, there's a cement footing that comes about 12 inches out, so that gives us about 2 inches of breathing room, and then we're basically putting as close to the piling as we can, and then our footing.
We can't put it any closer to the goal is to put it as close to the house as possible. Anyways, just because the lower door there, when we go out in the winter when it's cold, the idea would be as close to that door as possible.
Yeah.
And as far away from the 25 foot.
And as far away from the 25 foot as possible. Like
How far away from the?
from any wetlands buffer.
Oh, okay.
Like we thought we were very far away. That's why, I'm not.
And you can, want to take a look at it? Put it, I don't know if there's any alternative. I heard what you just said, so I'm
Yeah.
not ignoring it, but I just don't know if there are any alternative placements there. And I know that privacy might be another issue. And there's a little jog there in the foundation, I guess. Which one is this? Where it says "to be removed," what are you talking about?
The deck.
A piece of the
portion
deck.
that deck.
All right.
The existing deck portion.
We're removing a part of the existing deck to fit it there.
Well, is it, I mean, we can revisit it. We're meeting on the 23rd of September. Can you do another plan to show whether, if you use the 168 as defined on the original permit, and measure the 25 feet on that one and see if there's an alternative location to keep it out of the 25-foot zone?
We can look into that, I think.
Okay, I don't know if you move it laterally. Yeah.
You're saying is the curve here, I don't know, is this the same shape as the 168?
No,
No, okay.
it's more long and linear, following the contours there.
So could you do that?
Yeah, I think if you guys agree, we could prepare a plan that shows that for the 23rd.
Yes.
And then, we could talk it over collectively then and see where we're going.
Oh, is that okay? It's good with me. Anybody? Okay.
I'm okay with that, yeah.
Any abutters or members of the public that have a question or a comment?
Do you want to talk about the other pieces over here?
Sure.
Yeah, I figure might as well talk about everything. And I don't know how the process works, by the way. So we do the new plan, we do the sidewalk on the 23rd, then what happens? I'm just curious from a time, like, is there approval or how does that?
We would have to come to another hearing.
Well, no, that is a public meeting.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, we can.
You set up the on-site as a public hearing?
Yes.
Oh.
That's what,
Okay.
Okay.
and so, okay.
Right, so we can vote and
Okay.
take care of business.
So
I don't imagine that any member of the public would be there, but
we've talked to all
it
our
is a-
neighbors
it
about
is
it.
a
We won't have any
public-
abutters
it
there,
is a
so
public
they
meeting,
know about
okay.
it. And so I guess the next piece would be the walkway. It's just basically the way our driveway comes up and connects to that deck. It's just a grassy hill. And there's no real smooth walkway, and we have two toddlers.
We're very
who-
accident prone.
and they trip a lot, kind of coming from the driveway if they go to the back deck.
That's right here.
And so the idea would be to essentially build a stone couple steps. So we come down and turn left. We've talked to a stone company, I forget the name of the.
Macaulay Brothers for the hardscaping, and they would also be doing the crushed stone pads for both the proposed shed as well as the hot tub.
And basically they would put a small retaining wall to make sure it doesn't fall down and build a couple stairs to connect the driveway to the deck.
Same question, can you eyeball that and see whether, I mean, it sounds like a good idea, but is it in the 25-foot non-disturbance or not?
It looks like it is right on the edge. To me. But again, we can superimpose that
If
over.
you can superimpose it, that would be great. Okay, so that's two issues, the hot tub, the walkway with a retaining wall.
The shed, I don't think there's, I mean, it is between the 25-foot and 100, but very far away from the 20, again, I don't know the old 25-foot
Right.
line, but.
Yeah, I'm ballparking that, but you're well outside of it, correct?
I believe so, yes.
So I'm not sure if they're, you know, the one thing we do, have to apply for a variance from the street, which we're doing, because it's, in order, they want 40 feet from the street, and that would put it in the, put it down the hill, basically. That's a hill there, and so we have to get a variance to put it that close to the road. But that's, I guess that's building department, not.
Zoning, yes.
Yeah, that's zoning, sorry.
Okay.
Just for your information. And then, any other questions about the shed?
The proposed edge of lawn, you're pushing back there, that's going to be affected by it as well, because we would not want, fertilizer, manicured lawn. But again, it all goes back to where the 25-foot non-disturbance
I
is.
completely understand.
Right.
And like I said, I think during the L-shaped one, when we bought the house, we didn't know we owned that L-shaped piece of land, right? Which is a fair amount of land, and it's flat, and, would love to, the idea was, our last informational meeting, you said, it's not that you can't do anything there, it's just that as long as it be a wetland improvement plan, because it most likely would be, and even in ours, part of it's within the 25-foot zone. The goal would be to make it usable for our daughters.
And
Lawn would be
improve
the.
upon what's already there,
and-
considering the amount of invasive species that are present.
Yeah, and so that was kind of the idea behind it, was to create essentially more lawn, or more flat usable area for the kids.
All right, so it all seems to be dependent upon where the line is, and I don't have a clue looking at this.
I guess I should ask a question about your 25-foot buffer zone.
It's a non-disturbance zone.
Non-disturbance zone, yes. Do you have a provision in place to either waive that, issue a variance in situations where it's previously disturbed, or the mitigation is so significant that you feel like it completely offsets any disturbance to the 25-foot buffer zone?
There is a waiver provision on it, yes, but there has to be a finding that there's no significant adverse impact upon the wetlands. We try to adhere, just from a uniformity point of view, to the 25-foot non-disturbances as much as we can. But I'll acknowledge that on occasion, we have waived it. I'm trying to think of one in which there was some public interest reason. I think we did at the Montessori school. They had a field that they put within the 25-foot. It impinged on the 25 feet. It didn't take it all up, but,
Yeah.
so the answer to
done
your
it
question is
frequently.
yes, we have done it in the past.
And that's to be filed in writing, I assume?
Yes. And it actually requires a separate vote.
Yes, to vote to grant the waiver or
Yes.
whatever variance, yeah.
Correct. Are you the, oh, here it is, here's the L shape.
Kind of curious why they created that L shape, but I wasn't around when they did it. It's kind of odd.
I think it has something to do with uniform lot size, because all the other lots are similar acreage.
I don't know, there's an easement there. There's a sewer easement for the town of Milton.
Yeah, there is a grate back there. Found it in my grasses.
Right, but that would be outside of that L shape, I think. I'm looking at like this one. This is '04. And I'm looking at, right, and that must be the grade right there.
Yeah, so that would be out here.
Right. And there should be another one there. So I don't know why it was done. You can see the sewer easement here. I don't,
So, what is this wetland delineation here?
that was part of the original application, and that's where it failed, because we went out to see if we could verify it, and it was impossible. Where these grates are, we were standing probably 8 or more feet above those grates. So that was part of the replication, and it was almost impossible. Hang on.
Heads up.
Change.
Oh, unit of completed wetland mediation, so that goes up to this dashed line.
They had to remove so much, ready? Uh-oh. Bad tape?
Is it full?
So two. There, nope. Won't take it. This one's over.
Oh, okay, must be.
Mislabeled.
We're back on the record. All right, so my memory is, and we're going back, because this goes back to '99. I know it's a 2004 one, but what the Hamilton family had to do is remove a lot of the accumulated horse manure. And that's why it became, right, that was part of it. But it was, that's why it got so confusing. When you said it was vague, it was confusing
Yeah.
as to how, and there was a hard negotiation as to coming up with that line. It took multiple public hearings as to, what the resolution was going to be. So in any event, I think we have to see your new plans and then meet on the 23rd, if that's okay.
Yep.
All right. Is that okay with everybody?
Yep.
All right, any other comments from the public? All set, so we'll see you then?
See you on the 23rd. And you guys, you'll send out a time. It sounds like you're going to go.
Yes, just stay in touch with Kathy, because she'll know.
We'll be on the town clerk's website too. But I have your telephone number, someone's telephone number.
Probably. On the
Yes. Great. And I have an email too.
Also mine?
Yes.
Wonderful. 'Cause I think the other one is our house phone.
All right, thank you. Kathy, can you give me a hand? I don't want to mix these different ones. This is a '99, this is 2004. Is that's correct? I don't know if you can tell from the numbers that that's '99.
Where's the determination?
Right. So this one goes with this, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We probably should make a copy of that,
Of what?
of the,
This one?
yeah,
Definitely.
it seems like it's coming up a lot. That way we can put it anytime it comes. And this one goes to, and this goes to one of these here.
This is the new one.
The one who know, this one, yeah. The one that goes to the compliance. And that goes to the new one.
Is this yours, or, oh, this came with this?
The original proposal.
Okay, next on the agenda is number 7, notice of intent, 374 Brook Road.
Good evening once again. Jim Burke with the Burke and Associates. I'm here tonight representing a client who recently purchased 374 Brook Road. 374 Brook Road is about an 8,400 square foot lot that is adjacent to Pine Tree Brook. And in fact, if you guys remember, we did the lot on the other side a few years back. And so we think we've got a little bit of experience behind us to help this go smoothly. That being said, you know, the site itself is fairly deteriorated. It's overgrown. It's in need of help of, you know, restoration. So what we have is a parcel that's totally within the riverfront area. Floodplain is actually within the retaining wall, so the floodplain doesn't impact the lot. There won't be any floodplain impacts to this development. And so it's also in the buffer zone for the riverbank as well.
It's got everything going for it.
Yep, exactly. So what they're looking to do is just put a new single-family house in with a garage, patio out the back. They're proposing for drainage control, capture the roof runoff, and recharge it into the ground. We've got 3 Cultex with surrounding stone that handle the 100-year storm event. So we buffer all the storm events for 2, the 10, the 25, and 100-year storm.
Jim, this has been vacant for a period of time?
There was somebody living there, you know, a couple of years ago. I don't think it's been vacant that long.
This one, we had a informational session on this house
I thought so.
from Northland. They're doing the Carpenter
That's right.
Estate,
Right.
and this is one of their
Right,
homes.
this is one of their, going to be affordables.
Right.
So,
Okay.
yeah, so it's, it does have a little bit of everything going for it. The erosion control, obviously, will be put up, and we put a construction sequencing plan together with the notice of intent for, you know, we're going to be doing the cutting and capping the utilities and demoing the house and then working our way forward with the foundation installation and the like.
You keeping the same foundation?
No.
Everything's going.
Everything's going. There is, you know, there are some trees along this edge that are going to remain. There's one real nice significant tree out back. I want to say it's like a good 24-inch oak that's going to remain. We did put a plan together, a second sheet that identifies the trees that will be clearing. Because, like I said, the lot is in itself fairly overgrown and needs to be cleaned out a little bit.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's in residential C, so the lot size, the home and everything else, it complies with zoning, so we don't need that. We just need an order of conditions from you folks, and we'll be able to proceed.
What's the square footage of the existing footprint?
What's the size of the house?
Okay, thank you.
You have to come forward and identify yourself if you want to ask a question.
The building footprint is 1,690 square feet.
That's the existing?
That's proposed.
Proposed.
So what's the existing?
Existing is 1,050.
Wow, that's quite a difference. You know, across the brook, we had a problem with, you know, cutting this line.
Right.
Because, you know, they told us, or you told us, or somebody told us, that they would be able to, you know, do like a razor thin line there and save all these trees. And the construction itself, you know, intruded into the 25-foot non-distinct.
In my defense, and we will be going into the 25-foot buffer. 25-foot buffer is here. So there is proposed work within that 25-foot buffer. And I put together a waiver request for that. Yeah, so I mean, I don't think you can really redevelop this lot without going into that 25-foot buffer.
What's the, I'm just trying to compare the existing footprint to the proposed.
So the existing one's, 500 square feet smaller. It's got, that goes in it's in the 25-foot buffer as well.
Where's the additional square footage, the 500 square feet? Where is it going?
I'd say probably along the back here and along here. If you look, I guess, so there's that orange, John, so that's proposed, that's existing.
It's in the rear because the distance from the street to the sidewalk is 20 feet on both plans.
The thing too, there's no, stormwater management for the lot. It doesn't, and the three Cultecs, the 330s, they're substantial. So, I mean, this particular project promotes stormwater recharge and reduces the flow off-site to the street. So it's our position that it's a benefit to the riverfront.
Who flagged this?
There wasn't any delineation, we just used the top of wall as top of bank. Conservative.
Can you calculate for us, and I don't mean right now, can you calculate for us the increase in square footage that is within the 25-foot non-disturbance?
I've got 2,009 square feet in the 25-foot buffer. That's that. And, for some reason, I didn't calc out the other number.
How many?
Can't do that.
It can't be, if you've got 1,690 square feet.
I'm including driveway and the like.
Okay.
Okay. Your decks, everything?
That's everything, the 2009.
Yeah.
And then the house,
Where's the existing driveway? Or is there?
there's an existing driveway in the 25-foot. That looks to be, I'd say if it's anything, it's probably half that, 2,000. I'd say it's probably 1,000. Just eyeballing it. I mean, if you look at, this, that's 2,000. That looks to be about half. So we're certainly increasing the impervious area in the 25.
I know you're ballparking, but I'd like to get an actual.
A hard number.
A hard
Okay.
number.
Now, in anticipation of providing this hard number for you,
Yeah.
Is there,
A problem?
well, I mean, is it, do
You're within
you want me to
non-disturbance
reduce
zone.
it? Is it a position of the
So I'd
the
also-
commission to reduce that impervious in the 25-foot? Because if it is,
Sure.
I'll work towards that.
Yes, that would be my
Okay.
position, sure.
My preference is also that you show a better effort in how you're meeting the riverfront standards.
Yes.
Understanding it's redevelopment, understanding it's a lot, but, it seems pretty generalized. And so there's specific performance standards in terms of redevelopment within the riverfront area. So I just ask that you try to address that.
Sure. We can do that.
And the same thing happened across the brook, because remember they put you put the garage inside the footprint, because originally it was outside the footprint.
Right.
And then we had to shrink the square footage to get it out of the 25-foot non-disturbance.
Right. In this particular situation, I think, I mean, just off the top of my head, we can just flip this. That at least gets the driveway on this side. We could probably rearrange the walk, so everything, the pavement is out of it. I'd probably get this designed to get the pavement out of there. The house itself might be a little bit more difficult because you can see how it straddles.
But
the
is
lot.
that a garage right
This
there
is
that
the
you
garage
put
right
in?
there, yeah. So if we flip it, the garage used to be over here. You know, then we can, you know, maybe eliminate that walk and just have one driveway.
Yeah, but you could also eliminate the corner that you've added into the non-disturb zone.
Eliminate which?
Well, where the garage is, because you've got a setback in the existing condition. Correct? I mean,
The garage?
Yeah, your building is back here, so it's set back from the front of the house.
Right.
And now if you shift this is all open space.
Yeah, but you're also looking at, I mean, like I said, you know, they're looking to, you know, maximize the square footage of the house. 1,690 square foot houses with garage interior, you know, it's not.
Right, but you're putting a house in our non-disturbance zone.
Okay.
Some of it's already there, I understand that.
Right.
But you're now expanding the footprint within the 25-foot non-disturbance.
If I can provide a reduction in pervious area in the 25-foot buffer while also maintaining the square footage of the house, and I'm not saying I can, but that'll be the goal as I, you know, move forward with the design.
Well, I hear what you're saying, but I think you could do more for the environment and more for Pine Tree Brook if you took the driveway to the left-hand side
Yeah.
and you went back to the original square footage, and that would be then pervious surface.
So, well, and just
Yes.
take the chunk out of that, take that living space out.
Correct.
You know, we can, anytime you lose living space, you know, it's not the wish of the client.
Sure, but you just added 500 square feet. It looks like it's right in our non-disturbance zone.
Understood. And, you know, and I think it'll be, from a stormwater perspective, I mean, we can certainly show that we're making improvements to that. And then that space itself is, you know, instead of lawn, it ends up being roof, but at the same time provides the same benefit to the riverfront than not being there. You know what I'm saying?
Lawn and roof.
Impervious surface
But
is
still,
a benefit to the riverfront.
But grass, the whole point of the impervious surface is to allow for recharge, and for that matter, for runoff to be treated prior to its release to the wetland resource. So if it's turned into roof,
As opposed to natural vegetation.
as opposed to natural vegetation, the stormwater is captured and recharged and enters the riverfront through groundwater. So the goal itself is still accomplished.
I've never heard a more civil engineering-oriented explanation in my life.
That's, you know, what's the difference between, if you convey the water underground by gutters and pipe, or as opposed to you let it, the grass soak it up? And honestly, John, it eliminates the potential for additional fertilizer.
Ah, I knew there was a silver lining.
Which we would restrict anyhow.
All right. Well, I know from an environmental perspective, that the house on the other side caused us some angst.
And it did because, you know, there were some trees removed that weren't supposed to be removed. And
But I'm talking about in addition to that. I mean, it's just jammed up against the.
You know, like I say, the lot's 8,000 square feet. It's 80 feet wide. You know, from the, actually, is it less than that?
78.6?
It's actually, well, it's less than that if you go from the wall. So you gotta go, it's like 68 feet. So, I mean, that's your operating width. The wall itself, you know, it limits the constructability of the lot. From a zoning perspective, it doesn't hurt it because the property line is out in the middle of the river. But from a reality of construction, I mean, it's a thin lot.
So looking at going back to the couple that was just here that were requesting consideration on going inside the no disturb zone. And you mentioned there are specific standards that need to be accomplished in order for us to issue the variance.
Yes, under the wetland bylaw?
Yes.
Right, there has to be a finding of no significant adverse impact. Which Jim knows.
Yeah, I do, and actually,
So is there a public
But
benefit
given-
associated with this?
I don't know.
what's that, what was the question?
Do you feel there's a public benefit associated with
Yeah, absolutely.
granting of this variance?
Yeah, absolutely do. Right now, you have an existing lot across from Milton Public Schools that needs significant help, and
Oh, that's true, and the affordable component, that's a public benefit,
Yeah.
but what's the benefit to the
resource.
resource that we're protecting?
I would have to say there really isn't a benefit, but there's no negative impacts to it either. So from a standpoint of,
Except for the reduction in
Well, I
It-
think
it
there's
again,
wildlife
increase in
on both sides of
impervious
the
area.
river.
well, the wildlife is living inside the house, so.
And then it's the open space component of it as well, because that was a issue at the Henry's development. Open space,
Like I say,
non-buildings.
we're working within the zoning bylaw, and it's a single-family house lot that's 8,500 square feet, and you're putting up a house that's 1,690 square feet. The rest of it essentially is open space apart from the driveway.
All right, well, all of this does require an alternatives analysis, and part of it would be to just see if you can play with removing the driveway and not filling in that driveway footprint with
I
building.
think an alternatives analysis will flush out a lot of issues and help out Hans with some of his concerns. So we'll certainly provide that.
Okay.
Have you thought about flipping the house so that you got the driveway away from Pine Tree Brook?
Correct. I mean, that's the one that just jumps out at me right away. If we can talk to the architect and changing the footprint a little bit to work the areas so it's the 25-foot buffer is a little bit more protected and established with regards to your regulations, then, we'll certainly take a look at that as an alternative.
Good.
All right, any other commissioners' questions? Yes, sir.
My name
Come
is
forward.
Byron Kregel. We are next door neighbors.
On which side?
366.
On the left as you
On the
look
left
at
side,
the...
because,
This side.
okay. Yes, like he's saying, there's no space for a driveway. It's only 4 feet to my fence. And also there's a public power pole. So only way this house can be bigger is just expanding backwards, like towards the backyard. Either side, there's not enough space for expansion, in my opinion.
And this house is condemned.
Yes.
Yes, oh, we're, yeah,
This
we
isn't-
get it,
Well,
see it approved.
And we left have a nice neighbor, clean house, neighbor.
that's not the way you said it to these people. It was, well, it's not in very good shape and it's
just trying to be kind.
it's condemned.
We know.
We've had a presentation on this property,
I
so
know. And we had to live next door to it and take in every rat that this guy had in his yard as they emptied.
There'll be
The trash.
another concern, like before demolition or anything, the rodent problem, I think we might have.
Okay. Yeah, well, I'm gonna make a note of that so we can
And
properly.
like you said, there can be no driveway or garage on the other side.
Before we do any sort of demolition, we'll put a pest control plan together.
And there's a tree in the backyard that has been shedding since midsummer with something
I don't think and you mentioned it's not healthy, maybe it needs to be looked at. The tree is not healthy.
huge.
Dollars of donuts is no way.
Yeah?
There's a fungus sitting
And
on it.
it's in the tree that has been shedding all over our
Black spots on it, I
backyard,
believe.
white.
White.
Can you actually point out the tree that you're...
Yeah. Do you know what tree that is?
Oh, it's the biggest tree in the yard.
The biggest one is over by the brook. That one?
There's two, like there are two in here, there might be.
Yeah, those are marked for elimination.
Where's that?
Yeah, here, I think it's. But there's a light pole here, there's no way you can have a driveway here. There's like, right here, there's a.
The light pole is actually,
It's,
That's it?
that's it.
no, but it's
off the
it's your
property
side, no, it's right here.
But this is a survey plan, I mean,
I
I
want
can
to
tell you.
this, like, light pole is
Yeah.
here, I mean, and it's only 4 feet, so you have to move the whole house to the brook road. I don't know what's the, how far you can come close to the river.
No, that's what we're talking about. He's
Yeah.
gotta go the
You
other way.
cannot go,
Or he could go.
there's only 4 feet
what-
here.
But what you said, you
You
could
can
go
you
back.
can go backward only.
What about that as an alternative? Like,
He's got
Well,
lots
we're
of
already,
backyard.
we're already going back there, and we're holding this side yard setback, so. As I flip the driveway in, we're gonna end up putting a D-stone right in front of that, where that D-stone is here.
what's a D-stone?
The piece of granite.
Sidewalk?
Yeah, you know, big, shaped like a D, granite stone.
Yeah.
That,
And how much of the front yard is left? He had a front yard.
There's
He
no
had
front
grass.
well, look at
This house isn't gonna be built up to the street.
it's gonna be said at, let's see, setbacks for
It's
the
very close
RC
to
zone
the
are 20
street
feet
right
from
now.
the front, so it'll be 20 feet.
What's the current distance back?
20 feet, 20.5.
20,
Yeah, we're gonna meet zone.
5 inches?
How far back?
20 and a half feet.
Not 20 feet, he's like now, he's like maybe 10 feet, 8 feet to the sidewalk right now. So they're gonna pull the house back.
Well, we're gonna build up to the front yard setback to probably within 6 inches, and then probably,
Wait a minute, it's the same distance for the setback from Brook Road? It's,
It's
Yes,
very close
it's
right now, it's
20
very close.
it's 20 feet, is that .5 or 5
0.5.
inches? It's .5.
so
Okay,
6 inches.
okay. 20, and so you're gonna keep the same front line?
So I
Do you
assume
understand that? So there's no difference moving the front of the house to its...
Okay.
So I assume after this house.
I don't think it's 20 feet, maybe 10 feet is from Google, in my opinion.
What do you measure from? The property line or the...
Yeah, the property line, but generally, I think it's back a sidewalk.
House is very close to the street.
Yeah, it's back a sidewalk, so.
It's the house side of the sidewalk.
and the lawn.
The,
Is that what you said, the house side of the sidewalk? Or the
back of
street
sidewalk
side?
is property line.
Okay,
So the house is gonna be 20 feet off the back of sidewalk.
okay.
What's the existing
20
distance?
20 and a half feet.
Is 20, I was looking for that
Yeah,
dimension.
You're losing 6 inches.
And we're gonna be holding the same setback, 20.5.
So I assume since there are no owners here, new owners, that since we're talking about how you're going to build this house, that once you build it, the for sale sign goes up.
Correct.
Do you know the history of the applicant? The applicant, the person seeking permission to build, is the developer of the Carberry Estates. And in order to get the permit, not from us, but from the town to build up there, he had to agree to build certain affordable houses in Milton. This is one of them. Okay, right?
That's correct.
So they actually gave us a presentation about, what, 6 months ago?
Right.
And told us that, they showed us the pictures of its current condition, and it does look dilapidated. And we were informed that there are rodents there and whatnot, so, and I know that's a burden for you, but that should be, particularly with a rodent control plan, that should be a benefit to you. I hope.
They'll have to start baiting soon,
Okay.
so, I mean, at least a month before demolition, so.
All right, so,
When is your demolition plan? Well, you have a demo permit already?
No, there's no demo permit yet. This is the first permit, honestly, this is the first foray into it, so.
All right, so you're going to do some alternatives analysis?
Yep, make sure I go review the riverfront standards. Yeah, I don't know if you guys are interested in the pest control plan?
Yes.
Okay. And, right now, and then obviously the alternatives analysis will include, you know, at least 3 designs, 3
Alternatives.
3 alternatives.
Okay.
All right, do you have any more questions or comments? All right, because typically what we do is we wait to collect more information, and at some point, and I don't know if the 23rd is a good time to see this or not, but at some point we'll go out and visit it, and that's a public meeting, so you'd be invited.
So what do you mean by affordable? Is it to be rented or it'll be for sale?
I think it's for sale.
For sale. I'm not sure on the details if there's a lottery or how that works, but.
Section 8?
No.
No. There's no such thing anymore.
No.
Believe it or not.
No.
But,
John, I think I'd like to see this in its existing condition to better understand what's proposed.
Then let's set it up for, actually, I'd like to see the tree line between the house and the brook.
let's get the tree line set. So, you know, let's
Okay, so 23rd.
avoid what happened last time.
Yes. And then we'll be able to see the tree that they have mentioned.
That's good.
So the 23rd?
Are there still rodents there living in the house?
You could stay outside.
Dress accordingly.
Lead boots.
Are there any other comments from abutters or members of the public? All right, so we'll see you on the 23rd. I don't know what time, but it'll be Saturday morning at some
Okay,
point.
I'll be home.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Actually, do you want to give me a telephone number and I can call you at the time?
Do we have, I noticed that Meg Lane isn't on the agenda.
2802?
On the agenda. Can I ask that for continuance?
Sure. Kathy, Meg Lane, was that on for September? We kicked
Is it
it.
on for October?
Yeah. we have
Okay,
it on for
so I already have an extension for that?
I think you wrote us a letter last month to kick it out.
Asked for October?
Yes.
Okay. As long as I did it, I just want to make sure I did it. because Attorneys will be after.
All right, of course. All right, next on the agenda is Enforcement Order 531 Elliott Street, continued hearing. Is anybody appearing for 531 Elliott Street? Did we get any information from them?
No, nothing passed in.
And I'm trying to remember what was,
This was the person that brought in the fill?
yes,
It
correct.
was not a landscaper's design?
There was a landscaping plan, and we were looking for elevations, because the pictures looked like it was pretty high mounted.
Right, let me give him a call tomorrow.
Okay. And would you invite him in for next October? What is the date anyway in October?
I think it's the 17th.
The 17th?
Mhm.
Why so late?
I don't know
Holiday?
why, it was a holiday, but I think there's another reason. I don't know if we couldn't get the room because someone's meeting in the, is there
Is there
warrant
a
or?
town meeting?
There could be a town meeting.
All right, next, we'll pass that over till October. Next is order of conditions, Ford Ranch Road and Hillside Street, Wentworth Farms Estates. Hey, good evening. All set, welcome.
Welcome. I'm Mary McEfford, attorney for the applicant, and Jeff Kane, the engineer, is here. Lenore White, the environmental consultant, is here, and we have several different items that we've sent you in preparation for this meeting. So you should have a letter in front of you from me listing the items, so I can give you another copy if you need it. Everybody find it?
All organized, Marion.
Yeah, it's not a couple mistakes, so that I have to point out to you, but nothing
It's all right.
huge.
Appreciate the packet.
So we met with you in July 2017, and at that time, we were talking about what you wanted, what we should provide for a tree mitigation plan. We also talked about the fact that I have to do a declaration of trust for this project, and you wanted to make sure there was some appropriate references to operations and maintenance plans, and also just to the order of conditions and so forth. So I have provided a draft of the declaration of trust for you to review, and pointed out which sections I think you should, it's primarily the easements and restrictions section that you want to look at, which is towards the end. And also, though, just keep in mind that the planning board has to approve the declaration of trust, the town council has to approve the declaration of trust. So there could be changes made in addition, but the reason to give it to the Conservation Commission now is to have you tell me if there are things that you would like to see in there that I haven't included. So I know it's kind of long, but let's back up from that for the moment, because we have Lenore White here and Jeff here, and I can talk about the declaration of trust. But Jeff and Lenore can explain, the changes that we made. First of all, in the drainage operations and maintenance plan, you asked for a turf management plan and a snow management plan, and that's now been included in the drainage operations and maintenance plan. It's been added. And what I did was I did a little more research on regulations relating to fertilizer in turf, because at the meeting we just talked about zero nitrogen content and that kind of thing, but I wasn't sure what regulations may exist. And it turns out there was a statute, 2012 statute, that did impose a lot of additional requirements. Particularly these would be for lawn maintenance companies and for farms. But there's a section that addresses non-farm operations and talks about controlling types of nutrients that are in fertilizer. They're actually they're CMR, mass regulations, but they're Department of Agriculture regulations. So at one point in the turf maintenance plan, I have a mistake because I refer to them as DEP regulations, 330 CMR 31.05, but they're Department of Agriculture regulations. I provided the regulations. They're with my letter. So I thought the board might like to take a look at those and see what they say for yourselves. I tried to take the language that I thought was appropriate. We put it in the operations and maintenance plan, and that's what we used as the restrictive language about what fertilizers you can use. But I also referenced the regulations and said they had to follow the regulations. So that might be the way you would want to do it in the future, or because one problem, referencing the regulations is a good way to do it, but they can change too, so you have to have some language that indicates that you have to follow current regulations. So that's one part of the language. The snow management plan Jeff's going to talk about. So we made those changes. I gave you a few pages of the special permit because I wanted you to see what the special permit requires for the restrictive area in the back of the lots along Ford Ranch Road, because that language references plantings that are required, and they have to be agreed to by the abutting landowners and approved by the planning board. So while we know that we will be planting some trees there, probably quite a few trees, we don't know what they are yet. We can't agree to certain trees because the owners have to agree as to what the plan is, and the planning board has to approve it. So in addition to the planting plan we've given you, we know there will be additional trees planted in that area, but we weren't able to specify what they would be. So I don't know who wants to take it from here, but
yeah, I can start. The big item we had left from our last meeting was obviously the trees and how we were going to handle that removal of the trees. And we were tasked with going back and coming up with something, some type of mix between mitigation and donations to the tree bank in town. And so, under the guidance of the DEP's buffer restoration manual, we looked at some species that provide food and cover that would also be native to this area that we could use to enhance beyond what we've done with the wetland restoration. And I use my 90s technology here. We've added tree plantings along Ford Ranch Road. We've added some more down the buffer. We've added some down the buffer in the wetland here. We're proposing to remove 55 trees. What we've done now between the wetland restoration area and the additional plantings, including next to the this detention area here, and down buffer enhancement down in this little wetland section here, which also doubles as kind of a little delineation here for the wetland area and that little jog out. We provided 45 trees, new trees on site, and we have, you know, a difference of 10 trees, which we're proposing based, again, on our discussion at our last meeting, where I think Judith mentioned it, you know, based on the cost of all the trees we put in. So we're looking at materials and labor price of about $400 to plant a tree, and we're proposing a $4,000 then donation to the bank, along with the significant number of additional trees we're putting in. And as Marion said, you know, we do want to mention that this strip here does get a significant amount of tree plantings. You know, we're not trying to take credit for that, but we think it's important that we know there is a kind of unknown number that's going to happen right along this length here, including this area here, which is in your buffer zone, and this area here that's in your buffer zone too. So there will be, you know, we had the talks with the planning board, we were talking about some pretty significant trees sizes.
Greening for the most part, right?
Yeah, but, you know, no, it never really got through. We tried to do, you know, evergreen plantings. We thought it'd be a visual type buffer that people wanted.
One homeowner wanted them, one homeowner
Yeah, we couldn't get an agreement there.
It'll be a mix of coniferous and
It will be,
deciduous.
yes.
Did you say evergreen or screening?
Screening.
Yeah, that's,
Okay.
we wanted the evergreen screen. And we were talking, you know, significant sized trees. We're talking a caliper of probably, geez, some of them were 5 inches. Yeah, they were big trees. But people didn't want that. Yeah, not everyone wanted that, so we couldn't come to an agreement. So, yes, there will be significant trees here, because to make everyone happy, we're gonna have to come up with some, these homeowners are gonna work with each other as these lots are sold to come up with something.
You're lucky.
But anyway, it's gonna be decent-sized trees.
It'll be very nice. I mean, it honestly will.
No, it's nice that they want to do that together.
It is, I mean,
But the best way is to get them to, at least the new owners and the abutting owners to
great.
agree together what's best for both lots.
So, you know, there will be some significant trees, because obviously it's gonna be a screening and so on. So we're not taking credit for that, but they will be there. That's all we're trying to say with
So I'm
that one.
confused with the number of the trees. 55 are coming
55 being
out.
removed, 45 being put in new, 10 being mitigated full with the donation to the
Right,
tree.
we've got a 3-to-1,
Performance standard.
right. So I'm not following the math, how that's working out.
It's a 1-to-1.
Yeah, it's not a 3-to-1. I mean, it was to try to come up with that number. I mean, with this type of development, and there hasn't been many, I think this is the second one you folks have seen under this new zoning bylaw. We have such a significant amount of area that is being held in perpetuity in a conservation easement that includes many trees. I mean, the idea of this open space
Some
development.
more
is
can
to-
go into the tree fund.
What about, let me ask, I'm not ignoring your question, but I'm asking a question, and that is, the 55 trees that you're removing, are those within our jurisdiction, or are
Yes.
some of them being removed upland?
No, that is within your jurisdiction.
All right, then your point is well taken, because we've been pretty consistent, we try to pay attention to precedent, and we do have a 3-to-1.
Now, when you talk about precedent, again, this is only the second project that's under this type of zoning with the cluster and the amount of land that's being given over, in essence, to conservation by the conservation restriction. Again, this runs in perpetuity. You know, even when we started with this project going in, I understand you put this 3-to-1 on, but it's not an actual regulation in the town, correct?
No, it's
Right.
not.
So,
It's been a
under
performance
this
standard
type of-
for
under this-
25 years, 26 years.
Right,
that
but
I've-
this is also a new type of zoning that you haven't seen before, except for these first two projects coming in.
We've got nothing to do with zoning.
But the zoning does include open space granting conservation, so there is a significant number of trees that are protected in perpetuity that you haven't seen before. So I understand the precedent you're talking about in 25 years, but this is, you know, one of the first times, I'll say the first time, you're dealing with this type of conservation restriction that gives you this lifelong protection for significant acreage of this area. So that's what I would say over
One of
this
the other
1-to-1.
things that I gave you tonight, which we're not gonna, I don't think review tonight, is the conservation easement,
Yes.
which has to be, according to the zoning, granted to the Conservation Commission, but you, again, you have to approve it, you have to review it, you have to see if it's satisfactory. It also has to satisfy the Secretary of Environmental Affairs, there's a whole process that you go through with that. So there's a long process, it'll take a while, but I wanted you to have it to look at, and also one of the reasons is because of this issue, because it explains how much land is being put into a conservation easement, where it is. You already kind of know that, but you know, you'll see it again in the explanation of, and the provision of the plan of the conservation easement. So, you know, that's what we're saying, is that we think you should be taking that into consideration when you decide.
I think the point was well made, maybe paraphrasing, but it was protected in perpetuity. So these cannot be removed.
No, the land is protected, not only
Land,
just
not
the
the
trees.
trees. The
Well-
trees won't
No.
last forever.
Well, the trees are on the land.
But, you know, until they die, I mean, nobody can go in and just cut those trees at will.
No, no, and it's really dense, the plantings that we have chosen in the buffer zone here, I mean, we've packed it in here as much as we can. I mean, from a sort of a biological standpoint, there's only so many trees that you can put in any one area. And so we've been sensitive to that and saying, look, I think, you know, this area could use a little enhancement, this area too, but I don't want to be, you know, throwing trees in there just to satisfy some 3-to-1 standard, knowing that frankly, you know, we're not going to get that many in. And if we planted them, half of them or more than half wouldn't persist, so.
This is very consistent with recommendations of organizations like the Wildland Trust.
I know, I'm sensitive to two things. One, the point that Ingrid made, we do have a precedent to respect. You make a good argument, all three of you, in terms of the benefits that come, you know, with this conservation easement. And I'm wondering if there is some way that we could come up with a consensus as to a possible compromise. I'm just doing some math here, and I'm looking at, if rather than 3-to-1, we did 1.5-to-1, that would require another 28 trees. At $400 each, that's $11,200. And I'm usually not one to push the finance side of this, but I don't know where the 4,000 came from. We appreciate it.
Well,
And if you were here earlier, we've got the Shade Tree Advisory. They were asking us for money. So this might be an opportune time to see if we could get that $4,000 offer up to, if it was a $15,000 figure instead of $4,000, that would be the functional equivalent of 1.5-to-1. What I call 28 trees as a half.
And you feel there isn't any, you know, you've done what you can in terms of planting on site and viability
We do,
of
but
such trees.
did you also hear our comments about the virtual inventory that we have? Were you here at the beginning?
No.
At the very beginning, the Shade Tree Advisory Committee was here, and they were asking us for a grant, money, from our funds collected from fees and fines, to plant trees, and they want, I don't know, 146 trees a year to be planted.
Where?
And, well, the shade trees along the street.
It's just the street, on the tree lawns.
Right. And they were using the same figure that you used, $400 a tree to be planted. And what we brought up was, it's not just money, because we have this virtual inventory, which is just my term, but it's like Wallaston Golf Course. Sometimes they take trees down, they replace them 3-to-1, but they don't have a place to plant them. So they're in this virtual cyberspace, but we have a credit.
Right.
So when we find a place to put the tree, actually we don't find it, but DPW does, then we take one of those from the virtual inventory and we plant it. So it, you know.
So don't you just take the money and put it, isn't there a tree fund? Is there no separate tree fund?
Well,
Revolving
Well, it all
fund?
has to go to the general fund. You can't hold money as a commission, correct?
Well, unless it's
we have a
revolving.
revolving fund, and we can put it in a revolving fund.
Okay.
And then we're limited on how much money we can expend. We're
So
limited
that's,
to
isn't that what these entities do? They just pay
Yes.
the money to get it, they've done it, it goes into the tree fund, then you decide at the appropriate time.
Correct.
Okay.
Or somebody from DPW. We work together with them. That's
Or
what
the
we do.
applicant will say, we'll give you 10 trees and they'll pay for the trees and put.
Yeah.
We'll give you
donate
10
them to the
trees.
town. You know what I mean?
But I'm just looking for some
Yeah.
common ground, because I think both your point, your collective point about the conservation easement is a good one.
Yeah, it's
And the
worth
3-to-1
considering.
is something we're trying to maintain. Ingrid, what's your reaction to some kind of a
No, I think a
compromise
compromise is a good
ratio?
idea.
I know it adds the dollar amount, and the applicant won't be
that-
happy to hear that.
And the only other thing I will add, I completely appreciate the, you know, the compromise we were talking about. Like, again, going back to this type of zoning, you know, the whole idea of this one is to designate a certain area that's, you know, quote-unquote sacrificial for the development. And everything else around it obviously is, like we mentioned, held in perpetuity. But beyond that, it's making these lots smaller to reduce the amount of tree reduction and to squeeze the roadways down to make less impact on the trees, getting rid of the sidewalk. You know, there's a lot of things built into this cluster-type zoning that inherently goes toward protecting the open space beyond just the perpetuity part. So, you know, we kind of feel we've given a lot. You know, what you're asking us here kind of is having your cake and eating it too. It's saying, okay, protect this area all around here with the right-of-way and everything else, but also give us a bunch of trees back too. But inherently, that's what this zoning does in the begin with. So I appreciate that 1.5. I myself am not authorized to increase that dollar amount. I have to go back to the owner. I would just ask that you take that into account, that this type of zoning inherently is protecting open space and trees. And, you know, to kind of go beyond that, I understand the precedent, but this type of zoning has the built-in protection of those trees. So, you know, even getting back 1-to-1, in our estimation, is beyond what was even anticipated, you know? I mean, just to give up this space in general for development was always part of, you know, this is an open space development, protecting the trees, protecting the resource areas. And now to kind of get back, we were kind of taken back, like, oh, we're also gonna put, you know, trees back too, beyond, you know, replication. But I would ask you to just keep that in your back of your mind when I go back to the owner. I don't know what he's going to say. Maybe he's fine with it. But if we can at least get the other items off the plate and just have this one left, then, you know, we can go back and, you know, talk to the owner about it. Again, this isn't a public hearing, so we can get back to you and, you know, figure out some sort of happy medium, so.
Yeah, and I guess you figured it out, right, but I'm not. So it's 1.5 is, you say you remove 50 trees, then you have to replace it with you have to replace 75 trees, either on site or you pay for them. And we're proposing right now
10 tree
replacing with 40.
1-to-1. We're proposing a 1-to-1
Yeah,
replacement.
and then the remaining 10 you're gonna pay for.
Right, but it looks like
So
you'd probably.
you'd have 35 trees rather than 10 trees that you'd have to pay for.
Well,
Under 1.5.
Right.
Right? Is that right?
yeah,
I
it
just
sounds
wanna
like
understand
you're
it.
probably more desirable would be to get this funds for it so you could plant, you know, it sounds like to me like you prefer the funds for the tree fund, is that correct?
No, I'm deferring. I can't speak for the commission.
but as
I'm
a
deferring
commission-
to your statement that there's no place to put
Right.
those
That's what I
extra
heard.
trees.
Yeah.
You don't,
Yeah, I
Right.
mean.
And I understand that.
I mean, again, yeah, there was other areas along this resource area we could plant just to say we planted them.
Right, but
But
just, you
that's
know.
kind of what it boils down to.
Right.
This is mitigation for the tree removal for the road. On the lots, some of these lots are gonna have, quite a few of them are gonna have NOIs, and they're gonna have houses that are in the 100-foot, which means that you're gonna have jurisdiction, and you're gonna be talking about tree replacement undoubtedly, and they have septic systems on each lot. The lots are not huge. So you're gonna have the same, I mean, you're gonna be doing the same thing. I'm just sort of reminding you that these are not the only trees probably that are going to end up being paid for into the tree fund.
Right,
It's just,
right.
you know, I don't have the numbers because we don't know what the plans will be for
The
those
trees
lots.
along Ford Ranch Road in this cleared area, I can absolutely see, you know, that's a benefit. You know, this area's been cleared for some work up there, and now, you know, you're gonna help screen the folks, and it's gonna make it look better. And then the replication area.
Right.
Other trees here, and even up here, some of them here, I mean, those really were just planting because you had asked us to plant more trees. I mean, you know, that's kind of what it boils down to, and we can plant more of those trees. It just, again, it would be doing it just to satisfy you folks, that's it.
Yeah, and I think, you know, I mean, the overall goal, I mean, in saving land, I mean, you know, obviously you're not just saving the trees on the land, but you're saving that land and all the benefits that that land provides, you know, wildlife habitat, open space, recreation, all those things, which I think is something that is far more valuable than trying to stick a few trees in that may or may not persist, and they may get diseased, they may get injured. I mean, it just doesn't seem like a one-to-one, frankly.
We're not pushing to plant them on site.
Yeah, okay.
What we're talking about is reducing the 3-to-1 ratio to something that's acceptable to everybody. We're looking for
Well, we
some
appreciate the
common
fact that
ground.
you're talking about reducing it from 3.
Yeah, I mean, it's,
We really do.
yeah.
Here's my take on this. We've got a totally new model here.
Yes.
And what I'd like to suggest is that we not do something precipitous, that we take this under advisement and figure out how it is that we do this, not just in this instance, but this being an example of other developments we're going to have, so we can treat everything equitably in the future. I want to suggest that we get away from the possibility of running into an algorithm where in Model A we have a 3-to-1 ratio, in Model B we have a 2-to-1 ratio, in Model C we have a 1.5 ratio. That's going to drive us all nuts, and the people we serve. I also have the sense, you know, this is a gift to the town, indirectly.
Gift.
Yeah.
Open space.
Sure, the protection.
Right. I appreciate the open space, but it's a business venture that
I understand.
that I'm sure is going to be profitable.
But they don't have to do it in some respects, right?
Right.
Correct.
So then we impose a tax on the gift.
I don't see it that way at all.
But I'm just giving you another point of view.
Okay. I understand.
So that, as I'm going through this in my mind, I'm suggesting maybe we don't want to do something right now, but rather think about this and figure out how we can work with this type of modeling in the future without getting into ratios that are going to wind up going down whatever road it might take.
Well, I agree we don't want to overcomplicate it, but I'm focused on uniformity and precedent and equity and parity.
I don't disagree with that at all.
I think we have to,
Right.
and if we're going to change our performance standard, which may be justified because, you know, this is a new cluster development approach, I acknowledge that sometimes you have to change the precedent for good reason.
Yeah.
What I'm looking for is something that everybody could agree to that's a reasonable change that benefits the public.
Well, if you looked at each area individually as a subset of, you're protecting the resource areas, and each resource area is significant in its own right. And we have a case here, where in front of you, we have a wetland professional who can take a look at an area and say, what's gonna be best for this resource area? Beyond, like you said, let's just not put an algorithm out there and make the numbers match, let's not just check boxes. What works for this resource area? What protects it? What benefit can you get from enhancing a buffer in this area? And it said, with that said, we have a wetland scientist here who can talk to us, does this help? Are these trees, you know, we're using facultative wetland species.
Right.
Does this help the buffer? Are we offering food and cover? Do we have a evergreen type species that's gonna let overwintering birds help?
Right.
You know, as opposed to just meet a number, throw this number in the bank, and let's go plant a tree on a street that has nothing to do with the buffer zone.
Well, the Shade Tree Advisory Committee was with you for a while, but you just lost.
I
them.
did, but I absolutely did, because we're in the Conservation Commission. You guys don't care about anything.
No, we do. We're trying to beautify the thoroughfares of.
Within 100 feet of the wetland.
No, I wish you had been here to hear the presentation by the Shade Tree.
No, I
Advisory.
appreciate it. I'm just saying, if we look at each project, you know, if we're looking at it like this, beyond the 3-to-1 that you see in your typical project, that meet the zoning, the current zoning, now you're into this open space cluster animal that's new in regards. So how do you handle this? An area that's giving up a bunch of space anyway, making roads smaller, reducing pervious areas. We've got conditions on each of these houses for groundwater recharge for the roofs. We've got rain gardens, things like that. So how do you handle it? Well, maybe it's a dynamic type situation where
We're looking for a balance.
Right, so you have a wetland scientist say, hey, this is gonna, we understand we're taking some buffer zone, of course, you know, and we're taking a limited amount based on, you know, the zoning in this area being 60 acre and a half, you know, now we're down to a half acre. So we understand that, we're making small lots, let's look at something that's gonna enhance the buffer. And like I said, I would defer to a wetland scientist, that's why we have her on board, to give her a professional opinion. Does this help, you know?
And sometimes it's a matter of structure, you know, I mean, wildlife habitat and the functions of a wetland depend on what kind of a structure you have. And by that, I mean, sometimes you have a canopy layer, that provides a certain habitat and a value. Then you have a shrub layer, that provides certain habitat and value. And then you have a fern or herbaceous layer. So in addition to your process that you may undertake, you might want to think about expanding your need for just simply replacing tree for tree with maybe a habitat enhancement, which includes some other structures that may be lacking in certain areas of the wetland. Sometimes you need a shrub layer. Sometimes you might want to add some diversity with a herbaceous layer. So it's that diversity that provides a much better balance, if you will, and that may be something you want to consider as well.
What I'd ask you tonight is, then I understand you want to continue to consider how to do this, but the planting plan that we provided for the site, would you be prepared to approve that part of our mitigation plan? And then we need to continue to discuss the payment part, because we've already talked about how there isn't really, I mean, you could throw some more trees in there, but it's not really going to enhance the site. So
No, we're not
you don't
looking
want
for
to do
that.
necessarily, yeah.
No, but why don't you direct our attention, whoever is the lead on the planting plan, and tell us what you're
Okay,
proposing.
so you can talk a little bit more about
Yeah.
this, or point out.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a list of plants on this big, there are a couple of large copies we provided, should have somewhere in the materials.
This was on one of the graphics.
Really just do that.
I
Yeah.
think I gave you 2 big copies of that.
Yeah, but one is in the folder, but I think this is the one.
Okay, well, everybody has a tiny one, but they're very hard to see.
I have a big one.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. We only got two, remember?
In both of these areas,
Yeah.
One much each time, one in the folder.
Oh,
And the rest of the packet are the little ones.
yep, you're right, and this is the third one that we brought.
in both of the areas that we're proposing to do the planting, up here by Ford Ranch Road, as well as down here, what we're primarily proposing to do is put in trees down there, because there's not a whole lot of trees in either one of these areas, so the majority of the plantings are gonna be trees. We do have a few shrubs. High bush blueberry is gonna be planted up here, as well as some service berry. And then we have a seed mix that's gonna go in too. So after the planting is done with the trees and the shrubs, and then in the bare areas, we're gonna use a seed mix, a New England wetland seed mix, which is a seed mix that encourages a grasses and herbs and forbs mixture. So that, I think, is what I was talking about. We're gonna provide some structural diversity in both of these areas with this planting plan that we proposed. They're pretty good size. We have 2-inch caliper on some of them, and we have 4 to 6 feet or 6 to 8 feet, depending, and I'm hoping we can get, all of these size trees. I would recommend we go with New England Wetland Plants, which is out of Amherst. They're an excellent source of plants. I find their species and their quality to be excellent, so I would recommend we get them out of there if we can't get them, locally. But they're all native trees, obviously. They should do well. The planting plan is set so that they're spaced appropriately. And like I said, the seed mix would be spread in between them and around the areas to try to encourage some understory to come up.
Ingrid, any comments?
No, I think the selection is nice.
Hans, any thoughts on this?
Yeah, no, I just, one thing that sticks out to me is the comment you made about the individual NOIs and,
The individual what?
the individual NOIs that are
Oh,
going to
yes,
be filed.
correct.
So, that, I think you bring up a very valid point there on the subsequent opportunity for the Conservation Commission, which I think that, it's worthwhile to address how we approach it going forward. In terms of the planting plan, I don't have any specific comments in there. Is there any plan for monitoring or long-term to ensure establishment?
Yes, well, the wetland replication area has a plan for monitoring and making sure it persists, so I would expect we would view those planted areas as well when we look at the replication area to make sure that over the next 2 years, the plants that we do put in persist.
Those that are in open land, are these all in open land, all the plantings or not?
Well, except for the ones down on lot 9 and 10, which is inside of the 25-foot area, so they're not going to be touched
For the remaining
anyway.
plantings that are in open land, that is going to become subject to a conservation easement held by the Conservation Commission. The commission has the power, the authority, if it wants to exercise it, to both ask for maintenance, which might be removal of invasive species, I suppose, or even planting or maintenance of existing trees. So that could be something that you could also specifically refer to.
Okay, Mary, can you hold on?
have a tree mitigation plan, you might want to reference that in the conservation easement, or you certainly could reference it in some way in the declaration of trust. That's the kind of thing that you can think about when you review those two documents, the interrelationship between all these requirements, because the homeowners association for the 10 lots has obligations to maintain all of the open land. Not that there's a lot of maintenance involved, because it's open land. We don't even have pathways in our open land. But there could be some, and if there is any, it's the obligation of the homeowners association to perform it. And the Conservation Commission has the authority to say they need something they think something should be done. They also have the authority to go in and look at the open land if they want to see what's happening in there, make sure nobody's dumping things or whatever they might be doing that they're not supposed to do. So I think that there could be a reference to that type of ongoing maintenance. It's not specifically addressed in the operations and maintenance plan. That's a drainage operations and maintenance plan. But it could be referenced in the declaration of trust. It might be something that we could think about putting in.
For maintenance under whose, I wouldn't say it's
The responsibility for any maintenance, so for example, if the Conservation Commission is going to say, here's the tree mitigation plan, you need to make sure that 80% of these trees survive, and if they don't, that you plant something else. Maybe. I'm not saying you have to require that for this type of thing. That's an ongoing responsibility of the homeowners association. It's not a responsibility of the developer, because he's just going to build a road and sell the lots.
Right.
And then, once the lots are sold, the entire responsibility for maintaining all of these shared systems is with the homeowners association.
Yeah, except I would imagine the area that's under the conservation jurisdiction at that point is under the maintenance of the Conservation Commission of the town of Milton.
Well, we don't really do maintenance. I mean, the point of.
Well, I think the idea was to
like
let it-
that is that they have control over making sure that it remains conservation land.
Right, so I mean,
And
that's-
there's all kinds of language saying you
Right.
can't do this and you can't do that, and you can't do this and you can't do that. It's all in the conservation easement. It's very limited what can actually be done.
Right.
And there's very little, Conservation Commission is obviously very busy and has plenty of other things to do. And it's not going to be spending its future years, constantly visiting Wentworth Farm open land to see what trees they want put in. But if you.
Is it clear in the homeowner, the HOA, that the conservation land is part of the responsibility for maintenance purposes of the homeowners association?
Yes, because the conservation land is the open land. That's
Yeah.
the primary shared land for for this development.
Subdivision.
If you were in a condominium, you'd call it the common line, the
Yep.
common property.
I just wanted to make sure that was
It's the
clearly.
primary, the road is also part of that, but the open land is most of it. And the open land in this development happens to also be subject to a conservation easement to the Milton Conservation Commission. I know you had a development on Highland Street. I listened to your discussion the first time you brought that in and you were talking about it. So I know it's a little confusing and it sounds like, why do we have to do this? But it's required by the zoning. But I think it's not that you have to do anything in particular. It means that the conservation becomes sort of an enforcement entity if there's something being done on that open land that shouldn't be, like dumping or like diverting water or cutting trees. It gives you the ability to issue an enforcement order then if that's happening.
What's
You would
nice
anyway, most
also
of it's wetlands, but,
is that it's universally applied throughout the entire area, so that there's a vested interest on the part of the other landowners for someone not to be negligent.
yeah. And this is not land that's part of each lot. It's land that's just owned common, or owned separately actually by the homeowners association.
A simple example would be if there were a large meadow in the development, and the conservation easement required that the meadow be cut annually, then the homeowners association has to make sure, and you could say when annually too. The homeowners association has to make sure that is done. And they pay for it.
Yeah, no, I was confirming the discrepancy in how you were describing the obligation
Yep.
and how you were describing.
Yeah, we might
That's
have
a
a
new
little
one.
bit different understanding.
That's a new
but
one.
I see it as actually coming under the homeowners association responsibilities.
So we had a few open items on the order of conditions. Can we cross any of these off tonight? That's the question. We have the submitted operation and maintenance plan with some revisions that for your review, and we had the addition of the snow storage blurb within that plan. We're hoping that you reviewed that, so we can at least narrow this down somewhat to maybe just this tree, then they're
So
still
the
open.
drainage operations and maintenance plan is essentially the same plan that we've been using since we first submitted to you as a Conservation Commission drainage plan. But you have a specific requirement that you have to approve a drainage operations and maintenance plan. The drainage operations and maintenance is the responsibility of the homeowners association once the development is completed. So, and this plan lays out when certain maintenance has to be done. It also estimates the cost of that maintenance, which is very useful, because the homeowners association has to make sure that it assesses the 10 lots adequately to pay for the things that they're required to do, and also to set some money aside for the
And
future.
it has been submitted to DPW/engineering as well, so they do have a copy of this.
If you need, I mean, if you haven't had a chance, we gave you the material, but if you haven't had a chance to go through it and look at it, I'm hoping that I can come back to the next meeting, but I'd rather not have to bring, Lenore to the meeting. She's answered, I think she's given a pretty good explanation. I know we still need to work on the payment part of the tree mitigation plan, but. Maybe, but I'm hoping that if you have questions about what we've put in here, and if I would specifically call your attention to the two new things, which are turf maintenance, which is starts on page 3, and snow, which is on page 4. So if you just look through those even right now.
Right, those are simple additions. I think they were omitted last time, and I think based on our last meeting, there was just some needed verbiage just to kind of describe what was there. So it's kind of taken right out of the standard manuals for DEP, which does have, a snow removal management plan, and I think we do reference that as well in that plan. And the same with the turf plan, it's just pretty standard stuff. I think one was addition that, again, Judith had requested that we just put in there. We're happy to put it in there, even though it's a little above and beyond as far as the nitrogen limitations, but,
But they're in the regulations, it turns out, because they've just enacted these regulations to support the 2012 law. And the purpose of that law, and the discussion, I read a lot of the background, was this concern about overloading wetlands with nutrients. I mean, I don't know what you call it, nutrient overload. Nutrient overload. So this O&M plan is going to be attached to the Declaration of Trust. It's going to be recorded. And that's a lot of pages, and I'll just really like that at the registry, but I don't care. Because the reason this is important is that what homeowners do when they buy these lots is they look at the restrictions in the deed, and they look at any recorded instruments. And so they'll probably see they'll look at the order of conditions. But if we didn't attach this to the Declaration of Trust, they might not bother to review it, even though I reference it all, a number of places. And you reference it, and it's referenced in the permit. So I want you to look at the language and see if it's satisfactory, and if you can tell us that it is, that's fine. If you want us to do something else, you can let us know.
What is the, and I confess, I don't know the snow disposal guidance number BWRG 2015-01.
you would have to be a snow removal contractor to be familiar with that.
Right. What I'm worried about, what I was looking for, is the use of, and I'm particularly concerned about the bridge area, the use of de-icing agents in that area. That's of concern, and I'd like to have that part of the management plan.
Which is, if you go through that, again, I know you're not familiar with that, but sometimes we don't want to recreate the wheel. A snow removal contractor would be familiar with that, or at least could familiarize himself pretty readily with that once they sign a contract with this homeowners association. And that is mentioned there about reducing those or not using it all in areas of wetlands and things like that. So that's, we didn't want to double up and just put the same thing down again, so.
But I can look them up, and
If you want
a couple sentences there to sort of.
Well, but beyond that, more specifically, if we can want to address this, how do you want to address this? Do you want signage, or do you want them just to say, don't put it on the bridge, I mean, if we can tell them not to put it in the buffer zone, that's going to be nothing to someone plowing at 2 in the morning.
Yeah, true.
If you were to fall back on what you were suggesting, I would want the addition of a word in that, number one, so it would read, snow shall be managed in full accordance.
Okay.
Give the contractors a clear understanding of what the intent is, so there's no ambiguity anywhere along the line.
But that presumes that it's in
In
G
that-
2015-01.
we
It's like
wanna-
signing a
we
blank
wanna
check,
see
I want
that.
to see it.
Yeah. I don't-
Because if it's not there.
I don't disagree, I was just adding on.
guideline itself, right?
I want to see the guideline itself.
Okay.
Okay.
Because reducing it is not the same thing as prohibiting
No, absolutely.
de-icer on the.
And you're
So-
saying that you don't want to have any de-icing materials used to the bridge. What can you use near a wetland?
A
You
lot
can
of times
plow
they
it.
use.
I mean, if I said sand, you don't want sand
Well, that's what I'm wondering,
going,
yeah.
what's that?
Is there anything that doesn't harm wetlands?
Well, sand would go to the catch basin.
Right, sand
Yeah,
is
but
a,
would there be a catch basin?
Yes, there's catch basins down at the low point. yeah.
Well, no, what's your answer to the question?
I don't know, I don't know, I think DPW or Mass DOT does have a certain chemicals that they do use. I couldn't tell you the name of them off the top of my head, but I know Mass DOT is certainly familiar with, DEP has a snow removal policy, and I know Mass DOT is familiar, but I don't know what the chemical is.
I mean, I guess one of the things is that melting snow is gonna get into catch basins, gonna go into technically what is the treatment, which is plants with uptake nutrients and things like that.
Right.
So the bigger concern, what you're having here, is any chemical that's actually on snow that would be plowed at a height that would actually overtop and fall in without getting into the street and the catch basin drainage system. So we are talking about a small amount here. So I guess the question is.
Smaller amount.
Right. I
As the
mean,
guy
well,
blows
again-
through at 2 in the morning.
Yeah, but I mean, again, it depends on the size
not
of the
a small
snow.
amount, yeah.
I mean, you know, we're talking about something that's gonna overtop a bridge barrier that's at 36 inches, something like that, above the top of the road. So, I mean, of course it could happen, of course it can. But I guess the question is, if I know basically, I don't know this snow removal manual back and forth myself. You know, if I'm gonna assume this more of a reduction than an actual elimination of use in wetland areas, or at least some.
Yeah, I think it's actually eliminated. I think there's a
Okay, so
certain
I don't
like,
even know.
protocol that they use that it's, yeah.
But if that is not to your liking, what would you like it to say? So we can, you know, if it's not in there the way you want it, we can put it in there. I guess the question is, what do you want us to say for
I think we
use?
have to see.
Yeah, I
What it
think we have
says.
to do a couple of things. We have to get the manual, and we'll get a copy of that for you. We'll get it. If it doesn't forbid the use of de-icing materials that will run into wetlands, if it doesn't say that,
Then we want to say.
then I want it, then you want to
Right.
say it, but I want to find out if there's a material that you can use, because I'm wondering what you're supposed to do. I mean, you
There
know,
is a
it
protocol.
can't be dangerous, so, you know, you have to have something. And I bet there is a chemical
Yeah.
that's considered safe.
I'm sure there is.
So we need to,
Well,
we need to get that
well,
information.
As a
from you.
commission, what do you typically do in this situation? You ask for
No de-icing.
no de-icing chemicals at all?
Correct.
And
It's
how
like
do you word it?
Yulin Rink. That's,
So how do you word it? Like,
Repeatedly.
how
Don't
can they
use
follow
de-icing.
this? Like, say, do you say within the buffer zone, or do you say, like, how do you word it?
well, we're within the buffer zone. And I'm thinking of the parking lot at the Yulin Rink, and you may
Right.
not be familiar with it.
I am.
But it's a consistent problem for us for the last several decades.
So they don't use it in the entire parking lot?
They're not supposed to.
Is that the only situation? You
Oh,
typically
that's
say
just,
just,
yeah, I think we've said it before on other permits,
Mm-hmm.
that you can't use de-icing. I mean, some people are right next to a resource area.
well, any bridge you have, I assume, like, say, if you can go, it's gonna cross a resource area, so I guess it's the same issue.
It is.
Right, so how is it typically
So no de-icing
worded?
materials, what you're looking for is language.
Yes.
But we can look at what the what this manual says, because if it already says that, then we're covered. We could repeat what it says in the manual here in this sentence. If it doesn't say that, you want us to say no use of de-icing.
Well, I'm feeling the manual, and we'll look it over, but when we get there, I'd like to make sure your folks are satisfied by how we're gonna word the delineation portion of this.
Yeah.
Where do you start and stop the use of these chemicals? Is it buffer zone? Because again, that's something that's gonna be hard to delineate out there.
Yeah, it may be, and I think the bridge is my focus. So
Right, that
I'd
would
be
be the
concerned with it.
logical part, right, is any overtopping.
What
so.
about some kind of signage that, you know,
Yeah,
lets
I've
people
seen those
know?
kind of signs before.
Yeah, that says, you know,
Down the
no
cable
de-icing or no
Yeah.
chemicals from,
Yeah.
you know, this point, you know, and then another, you know.
Is this something that you typically put up with bridges? you asked them to put up that signage?
Most of the bridges around here are like mass highways, so no,
Yeah.
we haven't had that.
Well, look, it was,
Well,
it's Stone,
At times has chosen a policy of.
but even like the
using
newer ones, like, was Stone Gate, is that the new one that had the big bridge over the resource area? Is that the name of the subdivision?
Yes.
Stone Gate? I mean, did
Stone-
they
it's
have?
not- It's not Stone Gate, it's Stone,
Stone something.
like Solomondo's.
Yeah. It's the other, it's the
Yeah.
open
So
space.
do they have signage? How do they do this there?
Do you recall?
I mean,
Yeah.
honestly,
I
I
don't
would prefer,
recall.
I don't want to put signage up. I think it's,
Yeah.
I think
I know,
it's.
I know it was an issue, but I don't know what the resolution was.
Well, I think we need to find the appropriate language. It sounds like it's to say, and in the area that it's going to apply to.
Right.
And we just have to look a little bit more at that problem.
That's-
figure out how to
It's
say it.
really limited
Seems
to
like
just-
something
Right,
as
the
specific
bridge
as
area.
possible.
Yeah, that is the
here,
only
provide
Because again, right,
specific
yes.
guidance.
Correct.
I think if it's in the operations and management plan, and that's part of the declaration of trust, that's fair notice to everybody what they're supposed to do.
I agree with you,
I
it's a
don't
good
think you have to
idea.
have a sign on the bridge.
No. I don't-
I mean, if you have a problem with it, then you can put a sign up, I guess, but I don't see why you shouldn't do it.
All right,
that
so
way.
that's, all right, so obviously the snow storage is going to be part of the operation and maintenance plan, so we really can't check that off anyway.
No, but is there anything else that you think needs more work?
I've got a question on the turf maintenance plan. Is that what you made reference to in that first line, the use of fertilizers shall be restricted to those allowed by, should that be Department of Agriculture?
Yep.
Okay,
That's my mistake.
Okay.
It's not supposed to say DEP.
okay.
So we'll have to reprint this with the correction.
Okay.
I just wanted to go back to the bridge for a moment. You said that you were also going to check into the Department of Transportation regulations.
Well, I'm going to ask DPW
Yeah.
if they have any information about wetland-safe de-icing materials, if there is any such thing. They'll be able to tell me, or they'll be able to give me a contact. I can talk to Walter Heller or somebody like that who works for them. So I'll find out, we'll find that out.
Okay. All right, good. And I know you're anxious to get certain things accomplished. I think the consensus here is that we need a little bit more time with this and some more data input. But with respect to the landscape plan, that seems to fit everybody's criteria and,
The planting plan, you mean?
Planting plan,
Yeah,
yes.
on the site.
yes.
Right.
Correct.
So where are we at with that one then?
I think we can
We're good
move to
with
accept that one, seems to be
Yeah,
the
we
consensus.
presented a mitigation plan consisting of A, the planting plan on site, B, payment, mitigation payment. We haven't agreed yet, and we
Right,
haven't
we'll
settled
defer
what
that
the payment's
aspect.
gonna be.
That aspect. right.
Section A, you just, are you willing to do that, the site?
So you're just moving to okay the planting plan
Correct,
at this point?
correct. And we'll defer a decision on the financial mitigation.
Right.
All right, is there such a motion?
So moved.
Second? Second. Any discussion? All in favor? Okay, that one's off the table. Okay,
Piece of
that's
it.
good.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Are you okay in the turf
Scratch it
maintenance
off a little
plan?
bit.
The turf maintenance plan?
With the correction.
description in here?
No, that needs to be revised.
Why?
Isn't it the,
So-
You just said you were going to reprint
Oh,
it.
yeah, well, I'm gonna give you a new copy that says Department of Agriculture there instead of DEP, yes.
But that's the
Yeah,
only.
so I'm wondering why,
The consistency with the language in the .67,
the
it's
nitrogen.
not
Judith,
consistent with the regulations.
that was one question, and the second question is Judith had brought up low nitrogen, and so we're quoting here a phosphate content, but not,
Well, it's in the regulations. The regulations talk about both nitrogen and phosphate, and they talk about very low concentrations. That's why I gave you all the regulations.
Yeah, no, that's
And
what I was
didn't
looking
know
for.
how
I was
much
looking
I
to see
thought-
where it mentioned that
Yeah,
in the regulations.
So if I misprinted
yeah, and I'm
or
sorry, I
Yeah,
didn't have a
that's,
chance to
If you
review
think I
this.
put in the wrong percentage, is that what you're saying?
I don't think there is a percentage.
Oh.
Is my, I couldn't find one in the section you
Well,
were
I'll have that in the
referring to.
regulation somewhere,
But
unless I, copy it wrong. But I'll review them again. I guess, is this general approach, though, a good one, where we look at the existing regulations, which do limit these contents, because what we talked about was very vague at the last meeting, and I just didn't know.
yeah, I mean, consistency
also,
with 31.05 is the regulatory requirement, so.
Right.
When I started reading about what they did in 2012 and then what they did in the regulations, I could see the point being made that you couldn't sometimes completely zero out something like nitrogen because that had some other effect. The two things act together, but you want to reduce the amount of
Yeah.
The
both.
phosphorus was always the bad one.
Right.
That was always it. Even when Judith spoke about the no, I thought she meant no phosphorus.
She may have, yeah. So in that
That's,
case, I
that's
thought
the one that
easiest
has
thing to
the
do-
algae
You
bloom
do
going.
have
Well, there are definitely low nitrogen fertilizers.
Right, lower, right. If you look
Class.
at an organic, but it's not a no nitrogen.
That's
It's-
right.
It's
You
usually,
need
if you
some,
look at the
because-
three numbers, it's like a 12,
Wouldn't be
0,
fertilizer if it
2
wasn't
or
no,
something.
any other nitrogen.
That's right, NPK, yeah.
All right, so can we defer this? I'm just looking at the clock, and we've got a minute.
I know, I'm sorry.
Oh my God, it's 11.
Okay, so, yeah, I'm gonna correct the language in the turf maintenance. We're gonna get some more information on.
We'll review the snow, correct the turf maintenance one, and we've tabled the issue right now to have discussion on the financial of
Right.
the trees.
And the Conservation Commission, at its leisure, is going to look at the conservation easement that I provided.
Yes, and thank you for doing that.
Should you need something to put you to sleep later.
Neither of those documents have to be approved right away, but the one that will be approved sooner is the declaration of trust. They might look at that first.
All right, thank you very
So
much. You
thank
do a
you
lot
for
of
your
work.
time.
Maureen.
Thank you for
Yes,
that.
thank you.
Thank you all.
So this is going to continue to October?
So we'll continue to October. What's the date of October?
17?
17. I know that I need to be here, but I'll put it down.
Hopefully not.
Next on the agenda, request for certificate of compliance, 188 Hillside Street.
Oh, no, you forgot 333 Hillside Street.
They're both mine anyway, so.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I went right by that.
Which one do you want to do first?
333 Hillside Street is the first one.
Okay. Good evening, Jim Burke with Sal Burke and Associates, here tonight to just kind of go through the plan. What's this wrong one? That we sent over to Steve Ivis. We got a report from Steve. I took a look at all the comments that Steve had, that, he was looking for a swale on the one side of the driveway that runs down towards the house. I don't recall that being requested in the field. It actually goes kind of through here. But I don't necessarily have a problem putting it in either. It just, but for the most part, I mean, Steve was acceptable to the majority of the plan, with a couple of notes of loam and seed, which we don't have a problem adding. I guess make this really brief, we can certainly revise the plan to meet Steve's concerns. I'd say the big item is making sure that he and Scott Morrison get together on the replication plan. Now, the replication location we have right here, we're showing 500 square feet. This is 480. The entire wetland is 480 square feet.
How'd you determine that? Because the bank was extended into the...
I mean, so this line, I just took the 480. So I'm saying, we didn't encroach on the entire 480, I just took the whole 480 and said, okay, we impacted that.
But on the road side, I mean, how did you measure back towards the road as to how far the wetland extended?
Because we had it located from, it was field located.
Before the road?
Correct.
Okay.
So, I mean, this is, that's how we found out we encroached on it, to tell you the truth, was that was field located previously. So, we're basically taking this wetland and putting it over here, and as long as Steve and Scotty Moe will agree to the vegetation and the grading and the like, I don't necessarily have a problem with it. I think we're moving towards the right direction. I would like to get the contractor moving towards some of the construction, the fill on the edge of the road, and that kind of thing. And there's also the issue of the knotweed, and Scott's getting a protocol together for the removal of that, so.
And what's the time frame for both of those?
I'd say,
bank,
the protocol, I think I can get a revised plan over to Steve showing, meeting all his concerns with the protocol for the knotweed this week. And honestly, if you guys are acceptable to Steve's recommendation with regards to the swale and, bringing the swale along here, getting the loam and seat going on both sides with the fill on this side as well. I'd just like to get that going, get the grass growing, if that's okay with you guys.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, I think we need that, especially with the winter coming.
Yeah, agreed. I think, and we're in the right season to do it. So I left a phone message with the contractor. I gave him the plans, haven't heard back from him yet. I think this will tighten up quite a bit this week, and,
It's the same contractor that put the driveway in the first place?
I think let's say it's the same general,
general is the same.
same general, but I'm not too sure if he's going to hire the same site guy. I doubt it.
Okay.
So,
Okay, so you're waiting for the two of them to get together, but they seem to be
yes,
heading in the same direction.
they had some emails go back and forth with regards to grades and the like. But yeah, I think it's close. I mean, if you guys, I guess it comes down to the size. Do you guys like the size of it? It's 480 to 500. If we're trying to avoid trees.
1-to-1 ratio?
It's basically 1-to-1, yeah.
What's the size of the new place?
500.
Okay. It sounds like a plan. You're not looking for a...
I'm not looking for approval, I'm just looking to give you updates, but I would like to get going on maybe, obviously the driveway, but I'd like to hit this growing season for the replication area too. And that's, into October. The growing, we can plant into October and make sure that this thing, we won't know if it's viable until next spring, really.
True. I think the consensus is that we're pretty comfortable with Steve's recommendations.
Okay.
So as long as he gives the sign off, I'm comfortable with that. Is everybody?
Yeah, and October should still put you in the timeframe.
Yeah, right. No, agreed. I just, believe it or not, I can't believe the summer's gone already. So,
I know.
it jumps up on you quick.
But I'm comfortable with you moving forward, both on the driveway and the replication.
Provided Steve's happy with it.
Steve's happy with it, yeah.
Okay, great. Excellent.
Is that a plan?
Yep.
Okay, that's good.
Excellent.
Next one is 188 Hillside.
188 Hillside, that's it.
Jim, can you have Steve send me out an email saying that your correspondence with each other, him and, your guy, but he agrees with everything, that he's,
Oh, with Scotty Morrison?
right.
Yes. I'll make sure that that's part of the record.
Okay.
All right, so 188 Hillside. This is kind of an unusual case. The BSC group did a notice of intent back in '86. And I have a copy of the notice of intent. It basically said that it was the area subject, it was not jurisdictional. Did you have a chance to read this?
I didn't.
The area is proposed to be filled as an area subject to stormwater runoff, which is located upgrading of all vegetated wetlands. Vegetation found in the proposed work area does not include any plants listed in the obligate wetland species by U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services. The dominant woody plant found in the stormwater runoff area is multiflora rose, dogwood, viburnum, elderberry. And it just goes on to say that, the stormwater is not an intermittent stream, and it basically say it's not jurisdictional. And they get you guys, the Milton Conservation Commission issued an order of conditions for the work, and this is a picture of the rear of the house as of today. That over to you. But that wooded area that you're looking at, that's heading towards the wetlands area. And then this is a more closer picture of where that swale, where it drains off into the wetlands. So basically, what you guys asked is just make sure you don't fill in that drainage swale, so you can keep the hydraulic aspects of a site, down gradient wetlands viable. And that was done. So I drafted up a certificate of compliance request based on that, and we're here for you tonight to issue a certificate of compliance for DEP file number 4672.
Jeez, old.
Yeah. I think it's even before you did.
I know, but I see Michael Rex and Don Neal and Craig
Yeah,
McNaught.
you definitely have some remnants, yeah.
So, July of 1986. The only comment I make is that what you just read is significant under the Wetlands Protection Act on that hydrological connection, but that's not required under the bylaw, the hydrological connection. But I understand it was signed, sealed, and
Right, we were dealing, yeah.
that predates the
Yeah.
bylaw.
This is an early notice of intent.
Yes. So that was the area filled?
No, that area wasn't filled. The work,
It's it's incidental,
yeah, the work was actually this addition, this like patio area, and then there was grading out here. So this is what was kind of permitted, that and like this graded area. What they didn't want to impact was this area here, which is down here. So they wanted, you can kind of see the swale.
Yeah.
And this walkout, if you're standing back there, you can see it's all, everything just flows right to this point.
all right, everybody have Jim's letter dated August 2nd, 2017? I think that's the key, that upon review of record documents and a site visit, DBA, which is you, correct?
Yes.
Believes the project was completed in substantial compliance with the approved plans and issued order of conditions, with only minor deviations. The stone patio area located behind the dwelling was proposed as a deck. That was one minor deviation. The second one, the approximate limit of proposed clearing appears slightly larger than the plan of record. What's slightly larger?
It's hard to really say. The plan itself is pretty limited. It just looks like they might have extended some of the clearing out this way.
Okay. Any comments? Anything from abutters, members of the public? Any concerns? If none, is there a motion to approve the certificate of compliance?
I'll move approval.
Second? Discussion? You want to slow down? Do you want to read something more? I didn't mean to rush.
Nope.
Okay, all in favor? Okay, you get the certificate of compliance?
Thanks, guys.
Okay. Do you have any others?
Nope, that's it, 1 for 4 tonight.
All right, did you say,
Try to keep your score right.
Okay. Kathy, did you say 610 Brush Hill Road is continued?
Yes.
Good, okay, good. All right, so next on the list, thanks, Jim,
Thanks, guys.
is the request for certificate of compliance, Randolph Avenue, the dump road. All right, thanks for your patience.
I think I have to step away from that. I used to work for the engineering company that
Oh, okay,
filed this, so.
all right, fair enough, thanks, Alan.
Good evening,
And so
everyone.
that applies to both of them. Just let me know when you're done.
Okay.
For the record, my name is Hannah Raditz of Conoco Engineers and Scientists. For the first one, DEP number 46301 Dump Road. I have a brief overview of the our COC request, if you all would like me to just jump into it.
Yes.
All right.
Please.
So on behalf of Boston Gas Company, formerly known as Keyspan, we're submitting this RCOC for the installation, or what was installed, a 10-foot by 20-foot concrete slab and natural gas odorant system that was permitted under the order of conditions issued on December 21st, 2001 by the Town of Milton Conservation Commission for DEP file number 46301. The order of conditions was recorded at the Norfolk Registry of Deeds in book number 16577, page 487, on May 2nd, 2003. A certificate of compliance was made by Oxbow and Associates on May 28th, 2003, which included the stamped as-built plan, which is included within this package. However, there was no record of this request being acted upon, which is why we are here tonight. So Tracy Duarte.
Years later?
Many. Tracy Duarte, a professional engineer of Conoco Engineers and Scientists, has certified to the best of her knowledge that the aforementioned work was completed as proposed and that the surrounding resource areas were not impacted. We could not access this location because the road was blocked off by a fence, which is why there's no photos. But there was the as-built plan, which was certified back in 2003. So this, we can say accurately that this plan did come to work. However, there was a slight deviation, which is not noted within the as-built plan, which is that the concrete slab containing the odorant system depicted in the plans is been since enclosed by a fence. Given the findings enclosed within the certification letter, Conoco respectfully requests that the commission vote to issue a certificate of compliance for this work.
All right. Any issues? So we've got a certificate from the professional registered engineer saying it's in substantial compliance.
Yep.
A motion to approve the certificate of compliance.
So moved.
Second, Arthur. Discussion, all in favor? Good.
All right, I will move on quickly to the next one. So DEP number 46364, Randolph Ave. Again, on behalf of Boston Gas Company, formerly known as Keyspan, we are submitting this RCOC for the gas line installation project that was permitted under the order of conditions issued March 29th, 2007 by the Town of Milton Conservation Commission for DEP file number 46364. The order of conditions was recorded at the Norfolk Registry of Deeds, book number 2517, page 205, on July 24th, 2007. Again, Tracy Duarte, our professional engineer at Conoco Engineers and Scientists, has certified that to the best of her knowledge, the aforementioned work was completed as proposed and that the surrounding resource areas were not impacted. The only deviation from the approved notice of intent as noted in our certification letter is that the approved design consisted of a 4,900-foot gas line to be installed within the western side of Randolph Avenue right-of-way. However, due to utility conflicts on that side of the road, the gas line was eventually installed on the eastern side of the right-of-way, which my colleague and I field located in the field, which is included in the photographs. We believe that this deviation has not resulted in any permanent wetland or buffer zone impacts, and that the full certificate of compliance should still be granted for this project as the scope of work did not change, just the side of the road. Given the findings enclosed within the certification letter and the photo log, Conoco respectfully requests that the commission vote to issue a certificate of compliance.
I am lost on that letter.
You mean you don't have it?
There's a letter at the very end, John, the one dated August 28. Is this what you're looking for?
Yeah. I don't know why I don't have that. Or I can't find it.
You
Unless
take
it's
that
under
one.
there.
It's right here.
Okay. I've got a one here. This is October 28th,
So-
August 28th.
Yeah, it's a match of the letter that you saw before. It's our standard format. So you can see the bullet in the middle that has that indented paragraph is the deviation. speaking of how the utility line had to be moved to the other side of the road due to utility conflicts on the side of the road that it was originally designed to go on. Which you can see in photo. I believe it's referring to photos 3 and 4, where there's the bridge.
All right, looks good, same issue. We've got the certified registered professional engineer certifying that it's in substantial compliance with the approved notice of intent with the deviation mentioned. Any issues? Any comments from the public? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve the certificate of compliance?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor? Good to go.
Thank you, everyone. Have a
All
good
right.
night.
Thanks for your patience.
Yeah, I saw a woman here earlier, down here.
37 Chesterfield?
I was wondering if that's for what she,
Okay. Hey, would you ask Hans to come back in, too?
I think she left with the man that was presenting.
Yes, okay. All right, thank you. You want this one back? I don't know why I couldn't find it.
Yeah, because she was with Jim.
Oh,
Was it at the very end, the very last sheet, John?
Yeah, no,
you want the black hair?
Because I had it
Yeah.
before,
this is
too.
364. Oh, I got it.
Oh, my gosh.
Well, we're all in this together.
Yeah, it's a bitter end. Did we lose Chesterfield?
I don't think anyone's here, or if they were here, they left. But,
Yeah, the woman said she left with, I think Lenore White and Marion McKittrick.
but Hans, he saw her leave with Jim.
Yeah, she was talking to Jim on the way out.
Oh, she was. She stayed for this long and,
I wonder if
Maybe she was 188 Hillside Street.
yeah, she might have been the homeowner.
oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah. So let's take a look at the request for certificate of compliance, notice of intent, DEP, file number 46-0499, 37 Chesterfield Road, Mass. This is a letter dated August 8, 2017, from George Collins, P.E. And he says, the submittal is for work done at the above address under the order of conditions issued 3916 by the Milton Conservation Commission. I have inspected the above site and found it to be in substantial compliance with the approved plans. And there is a request for a certificate of compliance and an attached as-built house plan. What is this one? Anybody have a memory of this? I remember the
Yes.
It was an addition.
deck, right, they put the deck on?
There's a huge tree on the property line on the left-hand side of the property. We actually measured from top of bank.
Yes.
I don't remember this at all.
I do remember that. But having just read the letter, do we have the order of conditions here?
It should be in the folder before this letter.
Bradford Road, 374 Brook Road.
It's probably the very
Yeah.
last one.
Yeah, I know. It's gonna be skinny. That's it. Beautiful. Collins Engineering on the, that's a request for approval, the as-built plan. Special conditions, were any further additional general conditions that follow do apply and are part of this. The American elm tree on the left side of the house shall be protected during construction. Only low nitrogen fertilizer to be used. Pesticides used shall be at a minimum to prevent any wash off into the brook. Applicant to inform all contractor overnight storage or refueling of construction vehicles within 100 feet of the wetland resource is prohibited. The order was amended April 12, 2016 to approve a revised plan dated March 8, 2016 to include the following additional conditions. The applicant to inform contractors of the 25-foot non-disturb area when excavating. I mean, the key for us is right here, is the deck was outside of the 25-foot non-disturbance zone.
Yep.
That's the key.
Yep.
And the number on this request is what? 460499?
Yes.
460499. All right, does anybody want to see it? We've got George Collins' attestation that it's in substantial compliance with the approved plans.
Knowing that
No,
neighborhood.
we don't have any, what's that?
Knowing that neighborhood, I'm pretty comfortable. If you want me to do a drive-by and take a look at it, I will, but
All right.
I'm pretty comfortable with it.
All right, why don't we vote to approve it contingent upon Arthur's
Okay.
view and approval? All right, the only special condition other than the deck was the protection of the big elm.
Yeah.
Now, is that gonna be a continued, condition on the certificate, that they have to protect that tree?
No, but
Okay.
it's just part of the motion.
Yeah, we
So
didn't want
it's
any
not gonna be
damage
out
to the
if he-
tree.
Okay.
If he sees it, then, you know, we can vote for it, but it won't be issued until Arthur gives the
Okay.
vote of approval. Is that okay with you?
That's fine. Yeah,
Okay.
happy to.
Anybody have any thoughts or questions or motion
So
to
do it
issue this?
condition, okay.
Issue the certificate of compliance based upon George Collins' attestation that it's in substantial compliance with the approved plan? Did you move that?
So moved.
Second? All in favor? Okay, that's done, thanks. Is that it? 610 Brush Hill,
They continue that.
continue the hearing. So it's just up to additional business. Do we have any additional business?
The DCR fee for the wildflowers, the 94 acres,
Oh, yes. DCR was in at our August meeting,
correct?
and they were removing the something.
Invasive species management.
Yeah, for the real rare species.
Yeah, oh, to protect the rare species. And their fee, because Fowl Meadow is, I don't know, 100 acres, 94 acres?
94.
94 acres. The fee is like $9,000, according to the schedule. And I think we should work to see if we can lower that fee. And one way to do it is that the least fee is, what, $200?
Correct.
For 2 acres or less. But they made a representation when they were here that they were going to work in very limited area and it would be less than 2 acres. I actually think they said it was less than 1 acre.
I think so too, yeah,
Yeah.
but.
So that, in my mind, it's appropriate. This is DCR and it's a contract to preserve the endangered species. So I think it would be appropriate if we move to reduce the fee down to the minimum 2-acre level, which would be $200 as opposed to $9,000.
I think that would be appropriate.
Any discussion on that?
No, but I just want to ask, what can we get in exchange for this? I'd like to do business.
All right, so is there a motion to approve a reduced fee down to the
So moved.
limited area where they said they were going to work,
Yep.
which would justify the 2-acre minimum fee of $200? So moved, seconded? All in favor? Good, done, thanks. That one is good. Does anybody know anything about the draft waterways license for the funicular at the
The
Fort
that
Coast?
was tentatively approved, yet
Yes.
they were,
I appreciate them sending it to us, but I don't know what we're supposed to do with it.
I don't either.
I thought it was informational.
I think it is.
just information.
Right, and if anybody wanted to object, they could. But,
Hearing none.
yeah, hearing none. Any other new business?
I
All
just
right, so
want
we're on for
to
the-
mention,
we're on
hold
for
on.
the 23rd?
I just want to mention that there's still construction vehicles being parked next to Pine Tree Brook, right by the Green Bridge.
By the what bridge?
By the little green bridge on School Street. It's on Herrick. Back, a couple of car lengths.
Okay.
And
Where are they working? Is it street work?
I don't know. I mean, they were working on School Street, and the last time I mentioned they were parking their stuff there, and I think you spoke with somebody.
I think I did.
And they're doing it again, and.
Right next to Pines.
Yeah, on
Is
that
it
side
on
of the
Schools?
street.
Is it
It's on
Schools?
Herrick.
It's on Herrick now, so
On
they moved
Herrick.
from School Street to Herrick?
No, they've always been on Herrick. Sometimes they're
Oh.
closer to school, and sometimes they're a little further in. And the last night, was it yesterday? I saw, so there's a asphalt berm.
Yeah.
And there was some thing that looked like it could very easily, in my mind, be leaking hydraulic fluid set on the other side of the berm closest to Pine Tree Brook yesterday.
Okay.
I don't know who they are, but I think you thought that they were
Yeah, I think
DPW
The
contracted
subcontractors
people.
for DPW,
Yeah.
John Thompson, yeah.
I think
So
that,
I would mention.
I should have taken a picture. I think the side of the truck, the name started with a C. I can't remember.
Will you ask them to move, Kathy?
Yes.
All right. I don't think it needs an enforcement order, but if they don't, then we should issue one.
Okay.
All right, any other business? Hearing none, motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All in favor? All right.
Yeah, you.